What's good, y'all? Welcome to the second uh, Red Pill, Bleeding Edge Red Pill podcast with Manly Load and Billy the Goat. I'm hoping that Black Pill Radio can make it in. I'm going to send one to Armchair Revolutionary, a link to Armchair Revolutionary. Hopefully we get hopefully we can get our pause in here too. So I'm gonna send a link to him as well. Um, yeah, we're gonna be talking about we're gonna be talking about like just dropping them red pills and getting very potent like we did last time. He put off the one with the pipe. I like it. I just got that. I just got that. Wow. The glasses and pipe.
Nom, 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 nom.
I just got that. Oh my goodness gracious. But yeah, who wants to lead off first with anything?
After anyone, Amanely, how you been? Why don't you lead us off?
Oh, I've just been dealing with the NHS really.
Oh wow.
Just glacial progress.
Oh.
On the phone to them every day. Where's my dates? Where's my appointments? We haven't got one yet. Well, it's supposed to be done 2 weeks ago. Blah blah blah. Same old story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sucks. I'm
We're in a
guessing you're
tier
paying.
two.
I'm guessing you're paying while you're waiting for this appointment, aren't you?
We don't pay for anything in the NHS, but I prefer we would. We might actually get something done.
Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
We were in a tier two lockdown now. Where I don't know
Tier
if you
two.
are. Yeah, they've kind of making new categories. Just you know how they're constantly like making hurdles and different policies. You've got the rule of six, and then you've got social distancing at 2 meters and 1 meters, and it's just constantly changing the criteria of how people should be conducting themselves, which gets a bit annoying trying to keep up to date with what the rules today are going to be, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So tier two, I think I'm not even quite clear, and I think households aren't going to be mixed in anymore. And then it won't be long probably until we go into tier three. I think that's going to be like the highest level.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's this massive thing that my granddad right now. Apparently, he come into a path of someone who got tested positive.
Ooh.
So
Right.
everybody around that guy and everybody in that party has been forced to self isolate for 2 weeks, whether they've got it or not.
All right.
Yeah.
And so
Did I,
he's lost. They're not paying him for nothing. He's just lost 2 weeks of work.
Mm-hmm.
the reception year at my kid's school. This is like, I don't know if you got reception year, Tico, over there where you are. It's kind of like the year you do, yeah. Okay, right. Well, one of the teachers in that year group was confirmed with the plague virus there, so they've isolated that entire year group, but they kept the rest of the school open.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of it's sort of like, and we've only got 1 week left now until the half term, so I think they're just going to try and just push it until then. But there's speculation that it's going to be 2 weeks. They're gonna try and save lockdown for the half term and make it a 2 week thing.
Okay.
And also talking about a circuit breaker. So they love having these kind of phrases to make it kind of catchy, like, oh, like hip and cool, like the rule of six. You know, it's got that kind of that rhyme, not rhyme, but kind of that sound to it, and make it, you know, like a buzzword. And now we're gonna have this
Or
circuit
make it more.
breaker
Yeah.
thing.
Make it stick more and resonate more with people.
Yeah,
Basically, kind of sound like a hipster basically now.
yeah,
Yeah. Because like
yeah.
what you're saying about the breaker thing. Yeah, they're basically trying. I'm like, what are they electricians now? I thought they were school. Like,
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
circuit breakers out here now.
well, even in the school, they're talking about having your bubbles, you know, little groups, and they're calling them bubbles. And it's kind of like, look, I think enough people are living in a bloody bubble as it is. You know, now you're kind of like hitting the nail on the head a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's just I mean that's a slight, it's a mild red pill there, where it's kind of like they're trying to make it, instead of being to the dealing with a crisis as you would hope they would be, they're trying to make this kind of like the hip and make it cool or vibey, and I don't know. I mean, I noticed on the TV ad they were talking about, they had all these different people appearing on the screen, and they'd have a line each, and one would say like, I wear a mask because it protects my colleagues at work. Another one would say like, I wash my hands because I worry about my family catching the illness. And then another one would be like, oh, I keep social distance because I'm worried about those around me. And I was noticing that it was all about external people, rather than like I wash my hands because not only would it protect me, but those around me.
Yeah. And that's just the
So
sad part about that. It's like they're trying. It's almost like they're trying to blame everybody else, or it's in a way. It sounds like the UK government's trying to make it sound like you don't want to be around your fellow man because your fellow man or fellow. Let me rephrase that because I don't want to get oh my God, he's hating women. He never said women. He's still
yeah,
out there. I want to
well,
I want to rephrase that. Sorry, ladies, if you're watching this.
well,
So basically, it's basically the government. It sounds like the UK government is basically trying to make it sound as if the fellow man or the fellow woman of you are basically contagious, so therefore you want to avoid them at all costs. So they're
Mhm.
basically kind of. It's almost like they're trying to. It's basically like divide and conquer,
Yep.
well,
pandemic style, is what it sounds like to me.
I saw it as virtue signaling, because they're making the point where it's kind of like, if you follow our guidelines of washing your hands, social distancing, and wearing a mask, you'll become a savior to those around you. Never mind yourself. It's all about those around you. And it's kind of like, well, what about yourself? I mean,
Yeah.
not to sound selfish, but you are a part of that. You should have some concern about your own safety. It's not like you're just washing just because you're worried about other people. You're worried about you getting ill from other people as well.
Yeah.
So I saw the whole campaign as like, here's a real kind of, well, not the real meaning, but here's one of the many angles of, you know, where it's like conform so that you can become virtuous and appear like, a goody two shoes, that you're making these sacrifices for the betterment of those around you.
Hmm.
When
Yeah.
you
That's kind
know,
of sad though. It's like so they're basically trying to turn everybody into what the victim savior. They're trying to give everybody the victim savior complex, basically.
yeah,
Um, I'm a victim, so by being a savior, I'm gonna save everybody else. It's like when you should be focusing on yourself. That way, you can actually. Because the sad part about that, once you think about it, it doesn't matter how much you wear a mask. You got to worry about everybody else around you. Who is basically what I said about the whole entire car accident thing. Like if you get into a car accident, not only when you're driving a car and you get car insurance, you just don't have to worry about you being safe. You got to worry about the idiots doing stupid stuff around you, and also prevent them from actually hitting you to keep you safe as well. So it's one of those things where, like I said, I've worked at hospitals where I'll see a doctor walk in a room with a patient that's infected with something, or in isolation room, just because he's not touching the patient and he's just holding his clipboard. He walks in the room, walks out the room, and mind you, this room's like in it's isolation, so it's a lockdown room or isolation room. So he walks in another room, talks to this patient, walks out that room, walks in another room. It's like doesn't wash his hands,
yeah,
doesn't take off his jacket, doesn't even stuff like that. And it's like, and they wonder why germs spread so fast when in fact you got people like this doing exactly that. So it's like just because you're not touching the patient, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're not infecting that next patient for all intents and purposes. And people seem to forget about that and not quite understand that whole entire concept of, well, I didn't touch anybody. Well, your lab coat might have, your shirt might have brushed against something, your clothes, your arm, your ink pen, your
yeah,
clipboard, you name it for all intents, but your stethoscope. So it's one of those things where it's like they forget about stuff like this, even though it's attached to their body, which really
yeah.
sucks.
I heard that they're reusing tests. I don't know if that's just fear mongering.
Oh my God, that sucks.
But
Wow.
someone was talking about they're getting like the nose swab, and as the swab's being presented to them, they're like, "Is that a bogey on there? Like, are you reusing the test?"
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I would
Yeah.
not be shocked anymore.
Yeah.
That ranks up there with the African, the one South African. I mean, not South African. The one African president who got a bunch of tests, and before he tested it all on everybody, he decided that he wanted to test it on a papaya fruit and a goat.
No.
He did. He literally did. He got a bunch of tests. He got like 50,000 tests in the mail from the people that he ordered it from, and he tested it on a papaya fruit and a goat before he tested it on his people, and they both came back positive.
I'm gonna have to edit in like a little papaya fruit on top of my head now. My
And that was the sad part. Like, and I was laughing about it because I was reading about. We read about it. I think I did I did like a Trend Labs news story on it. Basically, we were talking about it, and I kicked it over to True Sherm, and he talked about it on his channel too. And it was like one of the funniest things in the world. Like, he literally tested a papaya fruit and a goat, and it was one of those things. Like, it was kind of crazy, and it came back positive. So he sent every single last kit back to them to where they got it from, and he fired the health minister of his country.
Yeah, I mean, it's too many like steps along the chain where things can go awry. It's like when they first started issuing out the face mask, and then they realized that a lot of these face masks were coming from China, or they're not even like up to the right kind of standard to filter out the pathogens and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or they find out that it's made in like an Indian sweatshop, and it's kind of like, and it's just all over the floor. And
Mm-hmm. That's the sad part.
at what point? I mean, they seem to be also like trying to cut out a lot of middleman or middle position bodies of agencies, like in the Hollywood, the theaters, as we know, like are collapsing. And it seems as though the studio wants to cut out the theater and just try and get straight into like the home settings, like the home theater, because they know like a lot of people have home theaters now. So because that middle person is scraping off the cream of the, you know, they're getting money along the line. So to maximize profit, get rid of the middleman.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got to, and instead, well, and especially if you're doing it out of like places like India or China or Africa or anywhere where you can give somebody like
Yeah.
next to nothing to make their products for them.
Yeah. So like if they're making these test kits, they'd be more inclined now to cut out the people who will be approving those test kits, because one, it takes time, and two, they're having to be paid for it, and just put those test kits unapproved or
On the market,
unchecked, just straight onto the market, straight into the hands of the doctors or someone like that. So yeah, it's just more problems and more things to be careful of, I suppose, to be wary about.
Yeah, true. What's your thoughts on this, Manly?
Well, all I know is that the creator of the test kit actually says he has no idea what actually he has no idea what they're using it, because it has an 8%. You got 80% chance of it being an incorrect answer.
Yeah. Well, that's because they rushed the kits onto the market, basically, and so they made the creator basically rush the kits onto the market. Because the sad part about that, a lot of kits aren't quite up to par. So when they start rushing things onto the market, it ends up being below par or subpar, basically. And it usually doesn't come up to standards until like later on down the line after we're able to run like validation testing. Because what it comes down to is like basically like a lot of them, and I'm gonna get very technical because I worked in a lab. What happens is like if let's just say you're used to working in the lab, you have a machine, you're used to using a machine, the machine is great. Okay, so your supervisor decides one year you're going to get a new analyzer for the test that you're going to be running. So what you basically do is you basically test all the stuff on a old analyzer, and you test it on the new analyzer to see if it matches up or jives up basically properly. This is typically what you do for multiple or X amount of specimens, so you can actually, you know, see if it's actually on par with the old machine or if it's going to be as accurate as the old machine for all intents and purposes. So you basically just keep on going with a bunch of different tests to basically match it up. That same thing goes for like, because the same part about that, you do that on site at your hospital, but you also do that on site at the place who actually makes the stuff. And what I'm thinking is happening is they're probably it's almost like what we say about the test studies, case studies for like when people say I did studies on people and they only have like 50 people or 100 people. Typically, I'm thinking that's what's happening with a lot of these tests, basically, where they'll take them and like we'll just you and you and you test these, we're done, basically. So they probably got like random employees or a couple people that happen to be passing by. They probably grabbed up a lady that was with her cool looking hat on, riding past on her little bicycle and stuff like that. So it's like they just got random 100 people and they probably just said, okay, that's enough for us, send it out to the market. So then when they actually start doing it, 9 times out of 10, what I'm guessing is both the fact that they under certified it in their lab, and now probably a lot of the hospitals are probably not really doing the what's it called the test to actually confirm that it's actually working properly, and they're probably just rushing it out too. 9 times out of 10, you probably get all these inaccuracies or all these inconsistencies for all intents and purposes. So you can't really quite give it like a 90% or a 97%, when in fact, it's you're shipping them out at the speed of light, basically. And you ain't able to actually validate them or confirm that it works properly, which is sad. Because you need a large test group study to actually confirm that it's 80% or 90%. And like the more you confirm it, the more people you actually need to actually confirm that it's like 90% or it's 97%. You know what I mean?
It's not even a COVID test; it's a PCR test, which is called polymerase chain reaction. It's a PCR test, and the inventor was Carrie B. Mullis,
Mm-hmm.
and he created it to test out HIV, the link to HIV and AIDS. And in 1994, he said his test was being weaponized,
Uh-huh.
and that they've weaponized it to make people false positives of COVID.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't even designed for COVID.
Yeah, and it's had
A PCR, a polymerase chain reaction.
yeah. And the sad part about that is like they have PCRs for different things. Like they got the flu PCR, they got rapid strep PCR, they have various PCRs for everything. But the sad part about that is if his test is not meant for that strand of COVID, then why are they testing it for that strand of COVID? Which makes me think again, like there's something nefarious going on, obviously.
And ironically, the event had died last year. It's bad timing, innit?
Yeah, that's convenient.
And I mean, I as a diabetic, I'm supposed to do blood tests for my sugar levels, right? I did a little experiment with my own once. This is quite a while back, where obviously I got a left hand and a right hand.
Uh-huh.
So I did a blood test from both hands at the same time, and I got different results. I would have thought
How much different?
Maybe like one. Oh, you in the States they measure it in like a different unit, but over here, like, so if I had in my right hand, maybe I might have had like a 5.7, and in my left hand, my left hand could have been like technically having a hypo. So that kind of difference, where it's only like maybe 1 or 2 numbers difference, but when you're trying to keep a tight regimen on your sugar levels, it could play a factor. If I go for my actual HB1AC, which is meant to be like a monthly indicator of roughly how long your sugar has been, that can vary. But the other sort of point is that no matter what kind of results you're getting, depending on how they want to kind of skew that information, will tell a different narrative altogether. It's like if you want to be looking for how many people have this COVID virus, and they test people who have had the virus, they're going to get like 100% score on that because that's all they're
Definitely.
testing. So they're trying to make this this news article where it's like, look, the hospitals are already getting an influx of patients. We're getting high reports of cases, and people already made a comparison, well, not a comparison, but they've already pointed out that, well, yes, because you're now testing more people, so you should expect to have more cases being recorded in. You look at how many people are actually dying from it, and the numbers have remained as they have been for the last so months. So it's not quite correlating.
Yeah.
You know, you'd think if there's so many more people having this illness now, especially at this time of year, which you would expect anyway, or you would expect hospitals to be getting an influx of people being ill because of the winter flu and whatnot. Where not to sound grim, but like, where are the bodies? You know.
Because it's a complete fabrication. That's my opinion. An absolute complete fabrication. They'll probably just release the flu-like symptom out there. Oh, it's COVID, and then that's it. They can start acting the first stages of their global control of the human thought.
Well, we kind of already know that this whole pandemic and this situation we're all in is pretty much a cover-up for other schemes going on. Like, generally, we all agree that it's like the economy is crashing, is probably like one of the biggest, or controlling people, getting them kind of like monitor, track, and trace changes to the law.
I think you missed a bigger one. It's purely number one. It is an attack on our children because they don't know the difference between what's right, what's wrong, what's real, what's not real. They rely on their parents and the environment around them. So with all these children growing up within this environment, and then all schools being strict on how they behave, and the parents shoving masks on them, and not to mention that they're growing and they're developing, so they need oxygen-rich air, and the air itself is poisonous. In the city, you're breathing poisonous air. So, you know, all them on top of each other, and then they're breathing in their own poison, which is already poison.
Very true.
And then growing up in it. This is an attack on the children because they're the ones that's going to be putting masks on their children.
Well,
and you also have to take reason too. It's also an attack on their children for the fact that it's going to be an attack on their immune system because their immune system is going to be so suppressed they're not going to be able to fight off a lot more stuff like the generations before. So they're basically trying to weaken our children and dumb down their immune system.
Yep, and it'll be the first generations raised up in the 5G soup. So God knows what that's doing to the genetics.
I mean, it's a good point, but I think if we just want to be a little more technical, I mean, I think they'll be attacking the children via proxy, indirectly, as collateral damage, because
I think it's their direct target.
Yeah, but then the parents will be in between that. They got to get past that kind of parental barrier. So
you also have to take but go. You also got to take seriously too. Not all parents are like us three.
No, but even if you got, but still, even regardless of whether it's a parent who is involved heavily with a child's upbringing or not, there's still that step in between the state, and because the state can't send like my children between like a young age, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or whatever. The government isn't going to directly be able to tell them in so much how to conduct themselves. They kind of need the parents to sort of do that.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
So I'm not saying that children aren't part of this whole problem and their futures aren't at jeopardy, but I'm thinking that they're using the parents' fear and etc. control the parents, and then the parents will be the ones who will enforce it into the future generations.
Yeah, true. Well, you want to know the funny thing about that? Now that we're thinking about this child thing, I remember we went traveling before we traveled out from Washington D.C. We went to Cumberland. Oh, let me say hi to everybody. Rick Stacy, what's up? What's up, Valhalla? What's up, MIGTOW Elder Monk? And what's up, Minamochi Takashi. I'm sorry if I butchered that. Thank you for showing up at the lovely live stream. Thank y'all for coming. But what I was about to say was, I remember when I was traveling out from Washington D.C. because it was a cheaper flight for me to leave out from Washington D.C. to go out of the country. We were at this hotel in Cumberland because it was just cheaper, and I didn't feel like paying for a bunch of children to go to a nice hotel either. Because I'm cheap like that sometimes. I'm really cheap like that. But what happened was there's this. We were all at the hotel, and it was basically saying if your children, I think if your children were above, I want to say above 5, they have to wear a mask. Children below 5 don't have to wear a mask. So it's one of those things where I'm sitting there like, well, 1, 2, 3, 4 of my children have to wear masks, and the rest don't have to wear masks. So I got to sort this out real quick. It's like, so what? So that means what? Lazo would have to wear a mask because he's 6. Talia has to wear a mask because she's 12, and you got Kieran and Deshari, they have to wear a mask because they're 16. So that means the toddlers don't have to wear a mask. The 2 toddlers don't have to wear a mask, and the newborn baby doesn't have to wear a mask. So now it's one of those things where it's like, wait a minute, if this is dangerous, how come we don't got a mask on the babies? Like,
Yeah.
I would think you would be less worried about the older kids and more worried about the babies. Like, and it made me think for a while. I was like, well, obviously this can't be that serious, or this can't be. It kind of reminded me. It kind of sort of took me back when they made the rules about the restaurant, where like you walk in a restaurant with a mask on, you sit at your table, you get to take off your mask. However, what they don't tell you is there's a bunch of people around you while you're sitting at your table, behind you, in front of you, on the side of you, to the left of you, to the right of you, not wearing masks on the side of you, basically. So it's like, huh. So when I get up to leave the table, I got to put a mask on to go to the bathroom. But when I come back from the bathroom, I get to take the mask off. Like,
Yeah, they're trying to make it even more stringent than that. It's like in between your munching, like you're meant to put the mask back on.
yeah, no,
So
I would not be shocked if they did that. Oh, you're drinking tea? Now you have to have a tea mask, and you have to have a salad mask, and you're going to need a
yeah,
steak mask. Like, pretty soon it's going to be that too. Like, you might as well just run that. You might as well run.
Just shove it in a blender and suck it through the straw.
Right.
Especially what it's going to end up being.
Right.
No,
Coming to a straw.
then doing all this age stuff, because this is actually more about programming how humans behave and how we're going to follow orders in the future.
True.
It's also a test run of how many people will follow our orders, and obviously we look around us, it's 98% successful. Everybody's doing it.
Well,
So
I mean, that's the UK, but if you come to America, oh god, like I think I want to say it's probably like everybody say you should wear a mask, you should be ashamed of yourself, and the people yelling at you telling you should wear a mask aren't even wearing a mask. Like, let that sink in. Like,
yeah,
hypocrite much.
yeah, it's because they're under Stockholm syndrome of the state.
Mhm.
The state have said, this is how you need to behave. Everybody else is an infidel, and so they've got the little brainwashed army doing all the work for them.
Yeah, and the sad part about that is like we talk about wearing a mask, but the sad part about that, everybody protesting and burning down the place is not wearing a mask, and only people that's wearing masks are the ones that walk in the stores and walk out of the stores, basically. So it's typically one of those things where it's like only time that people participate in the United States is when they walk in a store and walk out of a store.
see what
And
kind of perplexes me or is getting me wondering with this whole kind of like trying to control people to behave and conduct themselves in a certain way. It's like the ones who are complying to these regulations and trying to follow what's going on. How can I put this in a kind of softly kind of way without just dropping it straight? But they're the ones who are a bit more kind of like mental.
Anvil.
Well, you'd have to kind of surmise that these are the ones who are mentally weaker,
Yeah.
right? So they've got mental issues. They've got a lot of fear, and they want, and the elites or those in the powers that be are wanting those people then to somehow control them. It's kind of like, how are you going to control a bunch of lunatics and expect them all to follow whatever orders you're trying to bark at them? They're going to have their own. It's like an army of crazy people. So,
but that's what they want. They want us fighting each other. It's divide and conquer.
Very
Yeah,
true.
but it's relying on. But for that to happen, you would have to hope. It's kind of like you wouldn't know for certain that they would actually do that because they're already mentally unhinged.
True.
They might just sit in the garden, just laughing all day and night and not actually fighting. So, I mean, I suppose you could try and provoke them and put in ideas or with the shaming and be like, "That's your enemy," and try and. But it's still no guarantee that that's the outcome that's going to happen. But they're relying on people who are mentally challenged already.
But they need that. They create these mentally challenged people on purpose, so this scenario can happen. Because if you're not mentally challenged, you wouldn't allow these regulations to happen
Well,
in the first place.
okay, so let's say they're hoping that they would go to war with one another, but instead, because of the way everything is collapsing, they
Well,
all decide mass suicide.
True.
they won't be thinking suicide. They'll be more thinking outrage. As in, haven't you heard the saying that we've all got to be under lockdown for an extra 2 months because
Yeah,
the people are not wearing the masks.
but even if they were outraged and they went on the assault, because they're so loopy, what's to say that they'll actually be successful? They might get themselves killed.
Yeah, it's kind of like
No, they won't.
the when I understand where y'all both are coming from because y'all both are arguing almost the same point. But when it comes to psychological people, I always talk about like when I say like you don't necessarily know what you're going to do until you're actually in that situation, and it's actually true because like you might get the people that like are they'll say, well, I will fight for my country. Then like the time comes around and they're sitting there like,
Yeah,
I thought you were going to fight for your country. Me? What? I don't know I don't know what you're talking about. Like, you get those people. Then you get the people that are like, the fundamentalists that like literally fight for their country and go a little bit too far. And then you got the people that will say, "Oh, all is lost. We might as well just kill ourselves," and like they'll slit their wrists or hang themselves and stuff like that. That like it all you can't really predict what he's basically what Billy's trying to say is you can't really predict somebody's psychological mindset or mindset. It's basically like the manosphere. Think of it like this, because I know we've dealt with this many times, and I've talked about this a lot. Where one day you're talking to one of the guys, and everything's fine, and you're joking, and everything's going good for him. He started a new business, this, that, and the other, this, that, and the other. Then like you get a call from like SCE or somebody early in the freaking morning that he's talking about like killing himself. Like you're like, wait a minute, just yesterday we were just having a great conversation. His business is going good. He's looking up. He's working out. He's doing good things. He worked out the whole entire child support thing. What's going on? What do we miss? What do we miss? And it's like one of those things where we're all now frantic trying to call this person to make sure they're not trying to, delete themselves. And it sucks, but it happens quite often. Like I know you've been talking to one person many times, and then next thing you know it, they done went off the rails or something like that, or went off the hinge basically. And it's like, what the hell just happened? What did I miss? And the sad part about that as men, we tend to blame ourselves for missing something that we could have caught when in fact we probably couldn't even have caught it. Or they probably were hiding it just really, really good enough for us not to catch it. So I understand where Billy's coming from for the fact that you never know where somebody's mental status is going to go. And I work in that field, so it's like one of those things was like, yeah, didn't see that coming. Or yeah, I kind of seen that coming, but I didn't see it coming this badly or progressing this quickly or escalating like this. Because like I've worked with people like he was saying, they were in a corner just chilling in a garden, just rocking back and forth and just chilling. And then the next thing you know, they wanted to off themselves. And I worked with people who were singing and dancing and laughing and this, that, and the other. Then they go on like a rage rampage, and like now that a lot of people are being harmed and hurt and stuff like that. You got bodies being mangled and laying all over the place, and you're sitting there stepping over bodies, trying to calm this person down. So, like you said, it can go either way. Like I was saying, I worked on a John Merck floor for externship, and I remember I was going in. It was my first day on the floor, and I remember using my keys for the first time on this floor. And what happens to John Merck floor? They're like mentally they they suffer from they're mentally handicapped. Basically, is the nice way to put it. Um, so I was coming on the floor, and this one kid was freaking the heck out, right? So he's like bashing windows, he's bashing everything. This one kid happened to come out of his room. He bashed this kid's head off the wall, and like nobody's like responding fast enough. And I'm like literally coming through the door, and like he's like bashing some other kid's head off the ground, and like these kids are like literally a mangled mess on the ground. So I come to the door, shut the door behind me, and I'm stepping over bodies that this kid does just this young kid just like murderized and laid all over, like he like literally laid bodies all over the place, and like I'm stepping over and I'm trying to calm him down, and I'm like, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. And I remember the staff member down the hallway saying, well, "You might not want to come in here. We got to deal with this first." I go, "Trust me, I'm on staff. It's fine. You look like y'all need some help any daggone way." So I remember sitting down with the kid, and he's sitting there rocking back and forth, and like Indian, what they call Indian style. He's sitting there rocking back and forth, and I'm talking to the kid, and it's like he started being very docile, and he started calming down, and I eventually got him a pudding cup, and it was like pretty much that was like the end of that whole entire episode. And like I literally walked into like carnage. Like on my first day on the job, I literally walked into carnage, and it's like by the time I was done, this kid was rocking back and forth, and he's eating his pudding cup, and he's okay. It was almost like he's catatonic. It kind of reminded me of, you ever see the WWE?
Yeah, I used to watch it
There
all
was
the
this
time.
one character. There was this one character in the WWE that looked catatonic up until you ring the bell. Did he come out like raging and stuff like that? That's literally what it looked like to me. I forget the name of that one character, but there was this one character that would be catatonic the whole entire time up until the bell rings. Then he would snap out of his catatonic state and he would just go straight into rage mode. And it was like, whoa. Like, so I understand where y'all both are coming from, but you can't ever perfectly predict which way it's going to go, no matter how much you like it or
I
not.
think maybe this might help trying to bridge, because Amanely, I'm not disregarding what you're saying about the divide and conquer, but maybe that's as far as their foresight actually goes. So their plan is to like divide and conquer, make the idea of controlling people easier, but they're not extrapolating that out further enough to be like, hang on, how are we going to control these people if they are completely smashed mentally and all the rest of it?
But
Yeah.
as George Carlin says, they want the public docile, but not enough just to follow orders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
But the sad part of what he's basically saying about that. Remember the did you ever hear about the Great Depression, the first Great Depression,
what, 1929 Wall
the
Street
original
crash?
one in America, basically, where like people were literally they lost their jobs and they lost everything out their back and they literally jumped out the window to their death. So basically, what Billy the Ghost trying to say is like, yeah, they're trying to get us docile to the point, but like you can't stop a man who doesn't feel like he's on his purpose from offing himself, if you know what I mean. It's I'm using a man because it's easier to use men because men are typically always the one that's going to self delete, or they're going to be the first ones to they're going to be the first trending to do something like that for all intents and purposes. Well, they're not the first trending; they pretty much are the ones. They're the leaders in off the self deletion, which really sucks. So basically, what he's trying to what Billy the Goat trying to say, Amanely, is you can't stop a man from, like, a good example. If a man's on his purpose, he's perfectly fine. As long as he feels as though he's fully fulfilled and he's fulfilling his duties in this world, he's fine. The minute you take that away from him, he's not fine. So one or two things are going to happen. He's either going to check out or he's going to shoot up the place. It's simply how it works. And you see it all the time in America. Either males check out mentally and they off themselves or delete themselves, or they shoot up the place and try to take out multiple people in the process.
Isn't and what the midlife crisis mostly is anyway? Them come to
Yeah.
realization they've just lived a life of usury.
Well, yeah, no. Well, the midlife crisis is actually a much more subtle version of that because, like, typically men go out and buy that cherry red Corvette or that cherry red Lamborghini, basically. So they drop a lot of money on a car that they really don't need because they feel as though they're not where they need to be or where they want to be, or they need to feel special, basically. So they go drop money on a car like that or a motorcycle or something like that. Whereas these guys, it's like something has been disrupted in their life enough for them to think this way. Like a good example of that is I'm from a country. This is the only way I guess. I'm from a country where if somebody's mad at somebody, they shoot that person, just that person. They go off on a merry way. Like I've told many stories about the ER in Costa Rica. Shoot the person, tip their hat. Everybody else tip their hat. Everybody waves to the guy, and they walk out the door. America was the first place I ever came to where if a wife is breaking up with her husband, we got to worry. We got to have a lockdown on the whole entire hospital because he's coming to shoot up the whole entire place. Like, that's just culturally mind blowing to me, if you know what I mean. Like, wait, it's her. Why do we got to suffer for her? Well, obviously you said, like, no, you need to take that on to her. Like, we're being insensitive, Tico. No, fuck you. I shouldn't have to suffer because she made a dumbass mistake in her life and married a guy that want to shoot up the place now, all because they want a divorce now. Like, no. And that's typically the problem that I had to deal with. And I know I sound insensitive because I know there's a lot of people, well, Tico, that you should understand. Like, no, because where I come from, if a person's mad at a person, they shoot that person. They don't shoot everybody in sight. They shoot that person. That's not something I'm used to hearing or seeing, basically. And it just blows my mind how this actually works. Like, if you're mad at that woman, you shoot that woman. Or if you're mad at these women, shoot them women. I'm not saying God to shoot women, but I'm just saying be mad at the people you're mad at, not everybody around them. And like, if you're mad at two guys, shoot those two guys. I mean, and it's one of those things where it's like, why do I got to suffer from somebody else's dumb mistake or somebody's wrongdoing for all intents and purposes? Is what I'm saying. It's like, so that's one of those things where you don't quite understand. I understand what you're saying, but at the end of the day, when you think about it, it's like in America, this shit happens so regularly. It's like, what? Why? How? Do you got people talking about gun control, gun laws, gun this, gun that, take everybody's runs, gun tax guns, this guns, that guns, this guns, automatic rifles, rifles this, rifles that, gun this, handgun that. That it's like, okay, no, stop. Can we come up with a better solution than the most drastic shit in the whole entire world? Like, really, we need to chill out. And it's like people just go straight off the handles. And it's like in America, they go from one end of the spectrum. You're either at one end of the spectrum or you're always at the far end of the other spectrum, basically. So it's like nobody ever stops in the middle and meets in the middle. They just go straight to the end or straight to each end, basically. So it's like one of those things where it's like, it's kind of hard to predict what everybody's going to do based on the fact that nobody ever meets in a very, very few people meet in the middle and everybody always goes to the each extremes, if you know what I mean.
The all or nothing, black and white.
Yeah.
Sort of thing.
It's like, why? Like, why we gotta, no, I don't want a lockdown. I want to go home. Like,
But
I've said that many times.
imagine if that was weaponized.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what's happened. That mindset's been weaponized. So you get a collective of most people thinking like that'll react like that on different levels, depending on the mentality and their maturity, right? And you say, well, you get a people angry, which is okay. If you don't do this, people will die of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll say, well, if someone you love dies, it's the person across the street who didn't wear a mask's fault. It's his fault.
So now you're trying to weaponize each other against each other. Now it's like,
yeah,
well,
and that's basically exactly what's happened. The government have put everybody, demoralized everybody so bad, made life so hard that people are unstable and people will flip when their false illusionary bubble of what they've molded around them called life pops.
Yeah, but it gets even more. Sorry.
Yeah, they just lose the shit like a baby throwing the dummy at the pram.
But it gets even more a little bit intricate because let's say someone in your household dies and you're looking across and like you're trying to transfer the blame and say that's the cause. You don't know for certain that that person is the actual cause. So then you start looking at your whole neighborhood as like, well, which one of you, or is it all of you that have done this to me? So everyone now becomes the enemy.
Yeah.
Everyone who didn't wear a mask, and that was my point. The government weaponized it. They weaponized that mental instability.
And the sad part about that, most of the people who actually contract COVID virus, they were actually practicing lockdown safety for all intents and purposes. So like they're in their house. So how did they get COVID virus?
Yeah.
If they're in lockdown, how did they get it? It's like, so that's the part that. Go ahead. Sorry about that, Manly.
So, and the heaviest populated COVID diagnostics were in 5G cities, where they was trialing at 5G. So eat that cake.
True. Very true.
Wuhan.
Very true.
Test bed for 5G. That's where it started.
Well,
Italy, one of the biggest death counts. 5G blanketed in 5G.
And the irony to it is something I noticed about the United States. Not all the cities have 5G, but a lot of the the cities who do have 5G, they tend to be up in the higher ranks. And then you got Pennsylvania, that has sporadic 5G. but like it's pretty high up there. And you got New York that has like apparently that has 5G. Then you got like other places that have 5G, and they don't quite have the numbers like everybody else. But
Yeah,
something I've noticed about that is I don't know if it's like one of those things where it's like 4G LTE plus or something like that, and they're calling it 5G.
yeah.
Because typically in the United States will do some shit like that. They'll give you like 4G LTE plus, and they'll say it's 5G. Yeah, and it's like no, it's not. Like no,
But
it's
if we,
not.
but even if we just rewind it a little bit back, I mean, even just to get a diagnosis of having the COVID is an issue in itself, because when it first came out, it was what was the criteria? Like if you're coughing, if you've got a temperature, and if you lose your smell or something like that. And then it's kind of like, so you get the infrared thermometer check pointed at your forehead,
Mhm.
and then those devices aren't as reliable as a thermometer stuffed into your mouth. Um, and then you got a track and trace system, which by proxy you would sort of be a likely candidate for having the virus if you came into contact with someone. So it's kind of like the goalposts are moving, the classification of diagnosis is changing, or the criteria. Um, so it kind of becomes hard to actually pinpoint, like, so does this person actually have the virus or not? And there's also that report where when they were trying to test out the track and trace, that they were getting false, they were contacting people wrongly,
Mhm.
or it was failing. It just blunders all around. Um, so it's kind of like, how do you, again, it's like, how do you know if someone's got it or not, or even if you've got it or not? Because then it's also saying it could be, it's what's the word, asymptomatic.
Yeah.
Um, so it's this whole kind of, I mean, in the mental health industry, what would that be? That would be like, um, what, cognitive dissonance,
So
or
yeah,
that
cognitive dissonance,
that
definitely.
that you don't know what to believe, which again helps with the kind of point about divide and conquer. You put people in doubt and in uncertainty, that creates a lot of anxiety and stress.
True. Yeah, I was gonna say about that, like when it comes down to that whole entire thing, when you present something like that, and when it is cognitive dissonance. Good
Yeah.
lord.
Mhm.
Typically, how it works is that's one of those many things where like you really can't really predict that, and typically most times when it comes to that, people will actually go against what their government is actually saying. So they typically don't really listen to what their government is saying, and they tend to be more disobedient, and they tend to go against their government's wishes. Whereas you got the people who like Antifa, who are technically going against the government's discipline, but they have the government's good graces, so therefore they don't really count. But you'll have the people like a me or a True Sherm or a you, a no sweetheart, basically just bucking the system all the damn time. And typically, what that happens is like now there's a large number of people who have rights, who love their Second Amendment so much. If you impede on them in any way, shape, or form, liberals are going to catch it, basically. So it's
Mm.
one of those things where, like, you got the people on the left saying, "Give it all guns and this, that, and the other, this, that, and the other." You got the people on the right that, like, holding their gun like me, saying, "Over my dead body." So it's one of those things where it's like you got to keep that in mind when it actually comes down to it, because, like they say in America, each every like in America, there's enough guns in America in homes and on the streets to accommodate what I think is like 10 to 15 guns per person in the United States. And there's like 400 and something, 430 million, 450 million, 400 maybe 70 million people in the United States. So like
Yeah,
think about that. That's like what everybody can have, what, like 10 to 15 guns. That's how many guns are circulating along the citizens of the United States. So it's one
yeah.
of those things where it's like you're literally outgunning and outpowering and out shooting everybody around you. Like if a country shows up, it's like they might as well just lay down their arms when I get there, because like pretty much everybody in West Virginia, everybody on the shores are all going to have guns too. So it's like one of those things was like, you might want to take that to another country, please.
You're gonna have to do that thing in like the Aliens movie where they duct tape the flamethrower to the rifle and start going Rambo like.
Yeah, literally. So America has that many guns, which is actually really ridiculous. And it's like I don't have that many myself, but this is typically what I always say. I know I don't have to carry a gun in the United States because I know somebody that has one, or I can tell when somebody's actually carrying one, so I can always use their gun if they go down, which they probably are, because they're going to probably try to be the social media cowboy, or the societal gangster, basically trying to save the day, basically. So it's like I can use this gun and pretty much get myself out of that mess if I have to. And that's simply how I think, because the sad part about that, there's so many guns in circulation. It's like I don't really need to carry one.
Yeah, well, we've got a lot of guns in the UK. I mean, we're not meant to have any firearms, but you listen to the news reports that are coming out nowadays. There's more and more just bonkers things going on. People murdering other people over gripes. Guns are getting involved. Drive-bys, you name it. We pretty much got the same kind of thing going on here. Just not so everywhere. Well, not so commonplace.
Don't tell me it's the Muslim communities that's going to drive-bys, because that would really suck.
No, well,
on top of what is already going on.
The last article I heard was a police officer that killed his was it his wife, or he was having an affair? I can't remember if he killed his lover or killed his wife. Mm-hmm. But he was on the doorstep of his house, just covered in blood, just crying. And they're like, you know the procedure. We're taking you in. We're going to take you to hospital. And he's just like, yeah, my life is over. But so scary sort of times.
Yeah, especially because 9 times out of 10, if and that's especially goes for United States too when it comes to that, because the sad part about that, they say cops have one of the highest suicide rates. Then you also got surgeons. Then you got military personnel and stuff like that. So it's like you literally are you literally got to deal with the upstanding citizens of the law that's really going to go on a rampage, and shoot up their own house, or shoot up their own babies, or shoot up their own kids, or stuff like that. Then you got the rise in women, either molesting kids, killing their kids, drowning their kids, leaving their kids in a dumpster, leaving their kids in a pool, leaving their kids. I just was listening to a story about a mom who literally locked her daughter, her newborn baby, in the closet.
Yeah, I think I heard that one.
She got tired of hearing her cry or something like that. And it's like, what the hell? So it's like one of those things where it's like we always overlook the women, and the sad part about that is when it comes down to it, not only we're going to have to worry about men, we're going to have to worry about women and what they're actually doing.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where it's like you're going to have to worry what they're doing to the children, you have to worry what they're doing to you, you're going to have to worry about what they're doing to other people. So let's just say a good example, let's just say all of us manage to meet up after all this hot mess rolls around, and the government's decide we're gonna start roll out the fifth leg of this whole entire thing, and we're going to start rounding up people. Now the problem is now we got to worry about the women, because 9 times out of 10 the women are going to flip faster than anybody else. The women are going to flip faster than a table at a Jamaican table at a Jamaican Domino's table, basically, because they found out somebody was cheating. So it's one of those things where it's like the women are just going to flip automatically on it. So they're always going to go to the other side. Well, the government, they're over here, and the other ones are over there, and it's like, so now you got to worry about snitches, you got to worry about women, you got to worry about other things. It's like, so you don't even know who you can trust anymore. Then you got to worry about the men who have bitch think and hoe tendencies doing the same thing on you too. So it's like, shit, who can I trust?
Yeah, and it's a bit of a double-edged sword, because as these stories get reported and we share them amongst ourselves, and we witness all these kind of things happening, it starts becoming normalized.
Yeah.
And then that is another sort of powerful motivator. If someone wanted to follow that kind of path, they'd be like, well, so I'll do the same kind of thing. I've seen other people do it, so I'll do it as well. even though they see that it's not good and it's bad and that it has ramifications, it's sort of, I don't know, the consequences aren't really acknowledged. They just see the impulsiveness at the time that seems to be like the good, air quotes, like the good thing to be doing. So they imitate, replicate. They'll see that as a justification for them to now derail and either take vengeance or murder or whatever. Because they saw it on TV.
Yeah, very true.
So we're not really seeing. I mean, and it's also kind of like the sensationalization that the media likes to do. There's no news like bad news kind of thing. But
and that sucks when they always want to they always want to entertain bad news, but they can't play anything good or something that a community did good or somebody did good.
This is what we kind of need now more than anything, really, is people setting good examples to follow rather than being swamped with bad examples. But then you've got the problem of people who are doing the good stuff for virtue signaling.
Yeah.
Which is, maybe in some ways just as damaging because it's that sneaky kind of covert. Really, they're insidious, but they pretend it's the wolf in sheep clothing. So, so we get a society of wolves pretending that they're all victims. Everyone's oppressed, and that is their reason to now take vengeance on their neighbor.
Yeah, true. Like, I could never really quite understand the oppressed thing. Like, I might have been victimized multiple times in my life, but I've never actually stayed playing the victim for all intents and purposes. I've always tried to like figure out how can I prevent it from happening next time, or how can I go about that better, or how can I improve upon that so I don't have to face that. And if I can't, then how can I make it a better situation for me? So it's one of those things where it's like a lot of people can't do that, and they always like, well, obviously it's the cops' fault. Well, obviously you didn't bring. Yeah, good.
I was kind of theorizing that the act of being oppressed is the main goal. They live. That's when they feel alive. Is when they're being oppressed, or whatever kind of whatever their plight is. So because it's like to try and bring it towards like a red pill. Because we're kind of just talking about pandemic and just the society, but to try and keep it more on the red pill track. It's like we talk about freedom and what it means to learn the red pill for this knowledge that we're trying to accumulate. But it's kind of like if you said to someone, all right, you can have your freedom, here it is. What are you going to do with that freedom? Now it's sort of like, they're dumbfounded. They're like, I didn't really think that far. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Yeah, think that through. I might want to think that through next time. Yeah.
Now I've got to give my life a meaning. Would my life had meaning before when I was oppressed because before I was fighting, I was on a crusade, I was on a quest, I was on a purpose, I had reason to be, singing from the rooftops. But now that I've got what I want, when I've reached my conclusion or got the outcome, freedom or if they want equality, it's funny because they say like we want equality when if you give them equality, that's not enough. That's not really what they want. They actually kind of it's that kind of reversal, that kind of projection. So you see this quite a few times where they'll say they want equality. You give them equality, that's not enough. They say they want opportunity, so you give them opportunity, and now it's like they're twiddling their thumbs. They don't know what to do with themselves. They want a platform for free speech, and when you give it to them, they're like talking a load of shit. And it's just this kind of hypocrisy throughout. So I'm beginning to think that it's the process of complaining or this crusade, this oppression, which is the real goal. They don't actually, you take them to that destination, and now there's a problem.
Yeah, or like I always say with the whole entire thing, it's like we're running into a day and age where now nobody wants solutions. They just want something to cry about. And if you give them solutions, They don't want to take the solutions. They just want the ability to cry about it for all intents and purposes. So, uh,
Yeah, because not because it's like with the red pill, we'll talk about how well we're trying to educate ourselves, we're trying to learn, but at what point does that kind of end? Is it what I'm trying to say is like is it because the reason why we want to learn is because it makes us feel good?
what learn
Um,
as far as learning, you mean?
yeah, because when you learn and you discover something, you get that dopamine hit, and then
Hmm.
you feel good. So here we are saying that, oh, we're trying to be logical, we're trying to control emotions, and these other people, their emotions are out of control. But at the same time, we're also trying to control our emotions, and this is kind of like through the learning, through the logic. So we enjoy hearing and discussing red pill because it makes us ultimately feel good. Like you know, we could cap off the knowledge at some point if we really wanted to and be like, look, I know enough now to get by and navigate. I kind of made this comment before about knowing enough
Hmm.
to be able to navigate. Um, and with that comes trust.
That's actually the last. That's actually the last one of these. The number one. You talked about that.
No,
Navigate, knowing enough to navigate. The
yeah.
red pill, basically. Yeah.
But with that, all right. Well, to expand upon that a little bit more, then, so I've had some time to think about it.
Had about a week.
A week is all you need, yeah.
Yeah, right.
But trust comes into it, right? It's like if you take your car to a mechanic, you might not know the ins and outs of how to build a car from the ground up, but you trust the mechanic to sort the car out, you know, to a point where you're able to drive away and enjoy it.
Mhm.
So it just makes me wonder a little bit about maybe because sometimes we get we muddle over like why is it some people who are learning the red pill can take it as a learning tool and move on, and they can implement it into their lives in a good way, and yada yada, their life is back on track. Whereas you get
Mhm.
others who are trying to gravitate to the red pill, but the lessons aren't getting through their skull. There's almost like there's a ulterior motive as to why they're being red pill, and some say it's because they're trying to become pickup artists. They're trying to manipulate the lessons to favor them in some kind of way.
Or like
Um,
try to do an alley cart pick. Like I don't want to kind of like we say about feminists. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I want to do this, this, and this, but I don't want to do that, that, and
well,
this.
like
Basically,
cherry picking.
yeah, that's what they call it,
Yeah.
cherry pick. I call it alley cart.
Cool. Yeah. But I mean, I was just trying to like strip it down to even more kind of primal, basic core values of logic and emotion, and maybe the
Hmm.
two aren't so separate as we'd like to think. They're so intertwined that they're not really separate. You can't really separate them.
I agree. Sometimes you can't because like sometimes it comes with the territory, or sometimes it comes with the whole entire like environment. Because when it comes down to emotions, it's always going to be intertwined with your environment. It's basically what I say about like the whole entire smell thing. When
Mm.
if you smell something, you automatically remember, and it takes you back to a place, and it actually makes you feel a certain way
All right.
when you
Yeah.
remember a certain smell. Basically, let it be apple pie, let it be cinnamon or honey, or let it be like smoke or fire. Basically, let it be something bad. It could be anything bad or good for all intents and purposes. So yeah, smell is actually a pretty good strong indicator of being able to draw a lot of emotions on a person.
Mm. Yeah. It's tied into like memory, hardwired in there.
Mm.
Yeah. 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 I heard something about memory. Just a little side, just a little. Did you know? A little fact for the day that the parts of the brain that access your memory are the same parts that are used for imagination. So every time you remember something, you're ever so slightly reimagining that memory. So if you keep thinking of the past, it starts to change that original memory.
Mm-hmm.
And not just that, but as time progresses, when, let's say you have a memory from when you're in your teenager years, that memory was created by a teenager's mind. And
Mm-hmm.
as you grow older and you're thinking back, let's say now you're 20, you're 30, you're 40, you're 50 years old, you're using an older brain to reinterpret that memory
True.
and put a new context and a new spin on it. So there's this kind of ironic twist. It's like if you've got a memory that you're very fond of and you don't want to forget it, the best way of remembering it in its purity is by not thinking about it.
True. Well, no, because I know if you I know what happens is like usually when you have a good memory, your best memory is usually remember like verbatim, basically. Whereas like dramatic memories, it's like either spotty or it's like it comes back to you slowly or it's just suppressed so badly that your brain doesn't even want to remember that shit, basically. So it's like one of those things where it's like you have to when you actually get those. It's basically like if you were a victim of a crime, they typically say that people who are eyewitnesses typically are what like probably less than like anywhere between less than 50 to 70% accurate on what they actually seen or heard or anything along the lines of that because it's all off of emotion. Like there's been people that's been identified as being a killer and ended up being like some other guy that had nothing to do with the description whatsoever. And it's just weird like how people's minds work because your mind will play tricks on you. I kind of sort of always kind of sort of viewed the mind when it does that type of stuff like a game of telephone. You ever play telephone?
Is that like Chinese whispers?
Yeah, where you whisper in the next person, the one
Yeah.
person comes up with something, you whisper in that person's ear, you whisper in that person's ear, they whisper in that person's ear, they whisper in that person's ear, they whisper in that person's ear. Then let's just say at the beginning, it goes from I had pumpkin pie on Sunday. It goes to I like slapping cows on Friday. Like, wait, what?
Mm.
How did we get that far? So it's one of those things where your mind eventually, alters it as it keeps going. It's basically like the same concept with the same concept that I always say that I think women do it on purpose to throw us off their tracks or their scent, basically, with the whole entire nagging thing. Typically, what you remember her is la 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 la, but what she was actually saying was, and that's why I fucked your brother. And like all you hear is na 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 na, and it's na 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 na,
Mm.
because you're just so you're used to her nagging. It's like you missed the whole entire information about she banged your brother or she's banging a pastor or you're missing all this other great information that you need. you know, so it's one of those things. It's like it's kind of weird, but I understand what you're saying. But it's very weird when it comes to minds. It's like
Yeah. It's interesting, and it's like an art form when it kind of takes place as well. Um, and it's kind of like what we see elements of that with the pandemic, how they word and how they're playing it out a little bit as well.
mm-hmm.
But
Manly
yeah.
went in on this.
Well, just listening.
Just listen. Just listening. Looks like it's only going to be us three in the stream this time. Oh, goodness.
But in
But
this
yeah.
day and age, when it comes to the memory side of things, I mean, it's a little bit easier in some ways because we're able to record, we're able to film and document. Um, so on the one hand, we've got this kind of increase in reliability of trying to remember something, but on the other hand, it makes our own memory on its own um, inferior because we're not reliant on it anymore because we've got hard drives that we can use instead. So we are losing skills, and if we extrapolate that into other kind of areas where we're becoming more dependent on technology, we're now losing the ability to light a fire in the wild. Like how many people can
Mhm.
actually do that sort of thing, or to skin a elk or a goat. But so it's that payoff, um, and it doesn't look like it's going to reverse at any point. It looks, if anything, looks even more like we're going to become, we're going to become virtual digital beings, and our human physical bodies are going to wither away. I mean, who's to say I'm not speaking from beyond the grave right now?
Yes, finally get that John Edwards power. But you know, John Edwards is he's the guy that did the show called Crossing Over. He was a quote unquote supposed clairvoyant. Tico Tren channeling the spirits.
Yeah.
Listen to spirits every Sunday with Tico Tren.
I mean, this is the weird thing now, isn't it? Like, or if not even just like from spirits from beyond, from another realm or something like that. I mean, who's to say that either one of us or whoever we're talking to online, especially, isn't a robot?
True. Very true.
Or there's several people behind the scenes compiling. Like, who's to say that I haven't got a script in front of me, and I'm in a room with 6 other people frantically writing what to say. I mean, in the elections, wasn't Biden wearing an earpiece?
True.
So what
during
he was
the debate.
Yeah, during the debate. Yeah. So like, who's actually speaking there? Who are we listening to? Whose orders and commands? Not that he's in position of power, but I mean, whoever. If Trump had an earpiece, same kind of thing. But it's kind of like, who is behind the scenes?
Is this where I step in?
Yeah, if you want. I kind of lost track how we even got here.
I have an idea how we got here. I know how we got here because we started talking about certain things, then we started talking about the mental thing with the smell and stuff like that, and growing up, and it brings you back to that. Then we started talking about like how you know if something, how you know if I'm not like I'm talking from the grave myself, and then I said clairvoyant thing with John Edwards, and then we eventually got here. But go, Amanely. Sorry about that.
No worries, no worries. Well, it's basic.
This where I step in. He said that he got quiet. I'm like, go ahead.
You got to follow the money.
True.
Always follow the money. Who funded them to get in power?
Yeah, true. And then that's pretty much anything when it comes to any crime. Follow the money.
Yeah. Who's funding Biden right now? Most of it's Hillary
Soros?
Clinton. Was it the Bill and the Hillary Foundation?
It could have been, or it could have been the Melinda Gates and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation too.
Yeah, no doubt. I can't remember who it is, but the actual company you donate to, if you go onto the Black Lives Matter site, and if you basically donate to Antifa or Black Lives Matter, you're putting it in the pocket of Biden. Basically, it's going straight into the pocket of Biden. So they're a political movement. So always follow the money. Always follow money, and then who are they slaves of? The Rothschilds and the Warburgs and the Rockefellers. If they upset one of them, or their fortune, their land, everything's gone.
True.
You say the wrong thing and you're topped off. And always follow the money.
Yeah, always follow the money.
Yeah,
even if this is a regular crime, follow the money.
Yeah.
Oh, she had a $50,000 life insurance policy on her. Oh, let's go look at the husband. It's that easy. Like her husband had a $150,000 life insurance policy on her.
Yeah.
Oh, where's she at right now? Oh, tell her to get off that plane.
And this is where it gets dark. Every oil company, every freight company, every education, every private education, every government, every central banking system, every media, right? 99.9% of it is owned by only 13 families in the entire world. 13 families.
So that's a little more than 13 now. Apparently, I heard that the number went up a little bit.
But it's probably gone because they changed the name, but they're all part of
Oh,
the same
yeah,
bloodline. But
gotcha.
yeah. You're probably right. You're probably right.
Well, it's probably basically it's the same. It's basically like, oh, we ran out of boys, so we got to change the name now because we ran out of boys. We had a bunch
Yeah,
of girls that year, so it's probably the same amount. It's just basically they're connected, almost like the Latin family, basically. Like a good example, my last name is Rios Magra. I would be a part of the Soles Zignita family, basically. That would be my family tree.
mhm.
So basically, it's I'm still a part of that, despite the fact that I'm Rios, basically. Um, so I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the Rothschilds and Rockefellers are actually both the Rothschilds. And I think someone come on last week and said that the family name Rothschild actually means red shield, which is the red part of the pharaonic bloodline, which I think is war. I'm not too sure. It could be the blue that's war, but there's blue, red, white, and yellow. I think Egyptian war crimes.
Gotcha.
So, just trying to think back, like, why is it so important for the royal family to inbreed and stay pure? Why do we take the piss out of Indians, um, making them marry the cousins when we actually pay tax to a family that marry them, shag the cousins, and
Hmm.
kill them off as well? It makes me go crazy. But think why are we made to hate other people yet pay people that are doing the same thing? And only 200 years ago admitted that they stopped cannibalism. The British royal family, and which which families around the world are related to that? Are they still cannibals?
Hmm.
So
So I know before I know there was a tribe in the Caribbeans and in Latin America referred to as the Caribs and yeah, the Caribs, and they were actually a cannibalistic tribe. Um, but they were pretty much swallowed up by later Jamaicans and later well, they're pretty much assimilated into later Jamaicans and later Tainos and Arawaks, basically, and the Jamaican Maroons also on top of that to basically make it so that they can actually survive, basically. So it's one of those things where like they intermarried and they became a part of like the Maroons, and they intermarried again and they became a part of another group of people for all intents and purposes. So like it's basically like, how am I trying to put it nicely? Even if you're a family, 9 times out of 10, you're going to absorb more families, no matter how much you like it or not. Like a good example of that would be like, let's just say, a good example that the Kennedys are a good example of a family. The Shrivers are a good example of another family. Now the Kennedys and Shrivers are a part of one big family now. You see what I'm saying? Um, I'm trying to think of another one. I think Onassa's family were actually a big, really good, pretty big, popular family too before she even got married to him, basically. So now the Onassa's, Kennedy, and Shriver families all thrown into one. Um, so a lot of the families are going to absorb new families no matter what if they
you,
start
you
running out of relatives. So like
you'll
it's
pro-
all
you'll probably find that they're all part of the same ancient bloodline.
yeah.
So them just around the same. So that you'll find out that kids that are mongrels are quickly rejected and spare
Hmm.
parts.
Yeah, definitely. Because
A
like
quick
go ahead.
a quick question about the cannibalism. I just pondered: Is the do people still practice eating placenta? Is that cannibalism?
What placenta?
Placenta.
That would fall under cannibalism in a way.
Yeah.
No, well then again, okay, if you're a feminist, it's not cannibalism because it technically doesn't count.
Well, not, of course not for a feminist.
but
Yeah.
for me and you to actually look at it, yeah, that counts. That so counts. That's like, yeah, bitch, you're going to jail.
Yeah. Just wondering.
Yeah, it technically, yeah, but eating a placenta would be cannibalism to it. Yeah, it would definitely be a cannibalism because you're technically eating a human body or a part of a human body for all intents and purposes. And to a certain extent, if you want to get technical and boil it all the way down to like scientific terms, in a roundabout way, we're all animals. So technically, everybody who eats meat are technically cannibals. If you're a mammal,
Well, carnivorous.
yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, if you want to boil it down, we're all mammals, so we're all a part of the family tree, kind of. No, I'm just joking, but it's one of those things where it's like you gotta I was just stretching the definition of cannibals. I was being simple. No. But yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like you have to be able, like, because I always said, like, because in a way it'd be the same thing as I'm trying to describe it a certain way. It'd be like kind of like the 3 degrees or 6 degrees of separation when it comes to that type of that type of family dynamic, huh?
6 degrees from Kevin Bacon.
Right, or that too. 6 degrees from Kevin Bacon. I remember that one. Yeah, so it'll be something like that kind of sort of. So it's one of those things where it's like you have to understand what you're going through. You have to understand what you're dealing with. It's like just because you talk trash on one person, who's to say he's not connected to the guy that you're going? Who's to say he's not connected to the guy you're taking an interview for to get this job at this place for? So like people have this idea that, well, I ain't got to worry about this person. This person wasn't nothing. Then next thing you know, you found out it was that person's like nephew or niece or uncle or brother, and now you can't have the job because you disrespected their brother. So it's one of those things. Just like, yeah, might want to think that through a little bit better. Like, so I don't know.
Well, especially now with people not knowing, when they become estranged from their father and their bloodline, they don't know where they came from, and you've got this ancestry plight where they try and discover where the ancestors came from and whatnot. I mean, it'd be quite funny if some of us here in the community were like related in some long distant way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would not be shocked in the least bit. Especially because there's some Spaniard over here, despite the fact you can't really see it. So I would not be shocked in the least bit. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know.
You get that expression like you're a brother from another mother kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely. I was thinking about that too when before you said that. I was like, yeah, brother from another mother. Oh yeah. Because I always refer to my one I talked about this with my one friend Marco. His mom used to own my mom's family, and we're best of friends today. And I always say, "What's up, my brother from another mother?" He goes, "Please don't say that. That gives me bad memories." I go, "What? Your mom? It was just your mom. It's not your fault. It's your mom's family's fault." He's like, "Yeah, please don't."
It's something cheesy about it as well, though.
Yeah, it's like I remember the one time I walked in a place. We walked in a bar in the middle of the neighborhood. Now, mind you, Marco's Irish, so he's like he's one of the few white people in there. So like I walk in there, I go, "Hey y'all, that's my best friend. His mom used to own my mom's family." He got real scared. But back to the topics though. But it's like one of those things where it's like I always put him in the worst predicaments, and it's like I got to stop because he's gonna have a heart attack or he's gonna not want to be my friend anymore. But yeah, anybody else want to add anything else besides what we talked about? I know we all had another topic about we had a topic before this. You want to still hash that one out or no?
What was the topic before?
About your friend and his significant other.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you kind of mentioned it now, so people will be wondering what they're on about. So I could suppose it, but it's not really a big
I kind of sort of ruined that. You said what topic? It's like, damn.
We can
really make me do this, Goat? You're really gonna make me do this?
make us do it again. Well, we can fly through it if you want a little bit.
Okay, we can fly through it definitely.
All right. Before the live stream, everyone, we're just having a quick chat, and I was just mentioning that I've got a friend whose girlfriend made a pretty nasty public comment that
she thinks she's a man.
Well, yeah, she's pretty victimhood. Woe is me, and slags off men quite a lot. Slags off her boyfriend as well. But she's the nanny of a 5-year-old, and they saw another kid litter while standing pretty much next to a bin. So this 5-year-old asked her, "Why is this?" I think it was a boy. "Why is he littering?" So she says to him, and points with a finger, like, because he's an evil boy, and sniggers. So that basically annoyed me. I was like, not only are you teaching this 5-year-old how to point the finger, shame, and have become egotistical and competitive, but you're not giving the other kid who's littering a chance to improve on themselves because they're now being deemed as evil. So I made a comment, a reply, and she totally deflected it and tried to make it about me, how I should mind my own business and worry about my own kid, and how parenting is a personal, private thing between the parent and child. Bear in mind, this isn't even her kid; she's a nanny. And then she was like, "Oh, we didn't actually say it to this kid's face directly. It was just between us. It was light-hearted." And then she starts trying to give me another example of like, well, kids nowadays watch terrible things on YouTube, which is far worse than what I'm doing. So I'm like, right, so you're not denying that what you're doing is harmful. And she just goes on basically, like, totally not acknowledging what she's done. So I decided to contact her boyfriend, because I'm not really friendly with this woman. It's her boyfriend who I'm more. We would go back to college years. So I was like, listen, mate, like, would you mind talking to her and making her a bit aware of the damage she's, causing? And because he's a bit of a blue pill simp, he just replies back saying that he has no opinion. Now, the batteries in my headphones have just died on me, so one moment.
Dang. Like, think about that. Like, women have the free reign to talk just trash on. Well, they've been doing that for a while on TV, so we can't even be shocked if they're just doing it to random people in public anyway. So it's like, what the hell, lady?
Yeah. And then she's since put an advert out saying that she's looking for more nanny jobs. She wants to become a primary teacher, and I'm just like, oh my god.
They let anybody be a nanny anymore. Good lord.
And then she starts broad brushing because of this nanny advertisement. She's like, oh, men are creeps because they're now hitting on me through this nannying website. It turns out that apparently a lot of predators like to go on nanny websites to try and score with a nanny kind of thing.
Good lord, they got nanny fantasies? Good lord.
So she was just like, oh, why are men like, why are all men like this? And it's just like, Jesus, man. Well, I'm never going to hire you to be a nanny. That's for certain.
Mm-hmm. What's her name? I'm not hiring her right now. Matter of fact, I'm going to the UK's version of Yelp. I'm giving her a bad review.
Yeah. It's I don't know. But that was my little recent story of the day.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I had something else I wanted to cover too. But we still have a little bit of time before everybody gets tired. I wanted to talk about sex. Internet sex, basically. Internet addiction. Porn addiction, basically. And y'all's thoughts on it, basically.
Where do you want to kind of begin with it? I mean,
y'all thoughts on it? How y'all believe it affects society, and men and people and women also, because women obviously partake in this quite often as well too.
Yeah.
So like porn and just the whole entire over sexualization and making sex
Yeah.
readily available for one side of the population, but if the other side wants like a doll, they can't have it, and that's just shameful. Yeah, but they got a disembodied like dick that they're putting on
Yeah.
them, but it's perfectly okay.
So do you want to talk about porn, or do you want to talk about waifus then?
We'll talk about
'Cause-
porn, so we want to get into have to tackle the whole entire waifu thing.
Oh,
So I
I
know a
was
lot
gonna
of
say
people
like
don't really like
what?
talking about the waifu thing.
Well, yeah, I was gonna
And
be like, I was actually getting like, oh yeah, waifu. Yeah, we could talk about waifus because I find
we'll talk about the sex.
I find that quite an interesting topic, but we could say that for another time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
internet porn or porn in general. Yeah, I mean it's very well, we all know it's kind of like readily available. To the point it's like overspilling into other areas. I mean, kids are like, if you're not careful, kids will end up catching some of it. I mean, you've got that Cuties movie, for example, um, on that Netflix. So
Mm-hmm.
it's it's becoming more damaging. Um, for what good it does, it's very little. It seems now. Um, I mean, and now you've got the rise of like OnlyFans, which is opening up opportunities for. Well, I at least saw one woman who was like, "I'm going to be showing my boobs for a monthly subscription of $7.99. I think it's dollars, and all the money is going to go to a charity."
Hmm.
Do you really believe her?
Well, exactly. I mean, she's like, I'll provide the receipts, and I've already got a job, so this is an income. But it's like, no, well, this is kind of like, one, you're just doing it for the attention, so we're looking at sort of like a narcissistic kind of reasoning for wanting to do it. The donating to charity would be a kind of like virtue signaling. Um,
Hmm.
but also like the charity that's receiving the donation would be, well, if I was a charity, for example, and I'd be a bit kind of like, so I've got this money thanks to someone's boobs. Great, like help the child foundation, and it's like the money's coming from a sex channel.
Hmm.
Um, Now, whether or not they would actually know that, I don't know. Whether or not it's actually her boobs that she'll be showing is another sort of
Yeah, that's
different
another
thing.
thing.
So it seems like more and more that porn and the platforms in which it's being carried on is becoming more and more lucrative.
Definitely.
It's another case of follow the money, isn't it? So you got to
Yeah.
look at
Yeah,
you got to look at the people who are earning this money, who are behind these sites, and you'll actually find out they're more in the same group together. The groups together, normally in the same societies. They're all in the same religions. I think the same people who own Pornhub own Black.com. The same Zionist family. If I'm correct, I can stand corrected on that. But I know it's one of the big. I know it's one of the big sites linked to each other. Anyway, this is a case of following the money, and then you got to ask what do those people want long term? Well, these Zionists, they hate the white man, and they hate the black man. They hate anybody that's out of their faith, that's out of their religion. They hate them with mongrels, with nothing but rats. We deserve extermination. That's what their religion says. The people who own all these, but the music industry, they own Hollywood, they own
yeah.
porn. It's all the same religion.
But
The only with difference of blood.
you got two parts there, Amanely. You got the one, yeah, like you're right, like follow the money. But then you got the people, like the actors or the people who are filmed, like maybe the women in this sort of scenario, who are who are creating the videos. They might not be seeing as much of the money. Uh, their payment would be in the form of kind of like adoration or attention, to get the clickbait, get the clicks or the likes, to get some sort of recognition. But it's the people running the servers and running the platforms who would be raking in, the bigger cash. So
Yeah,
it's
because it's all about it's all about the amount of views and clicks they got on their site. So
yeah,
if they've got an athlete deal where they have a sponsorship tag on their homepage, and every single body goes onto that homepage, and say that one tag has got 1 million clicks.
mm,
That's like what 5p every time someone clicks
yeah.
on it. For argument's
So
sake,
yeah,
Pretty
so
that's
much,
the
yeah.
5 million.
so the people running the websites, I mean, they'll be looking at porn as like, this is wonderful, this is a great thing, you know, let it increase, let it grow because more for us.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the women who are participating, I mean, I'm not sure how damaging it is for their psychology, but
It's very damaging.
is that, well, yeah, generally, I mean, it's at some point they'll start feeling as though they're being degraded. Um, that have regrets. You know, they're going to be hitting the wall, and then they're going to have to up the ante, make it even more. Uh,
Well,
get the bigger toys in, and you know.
well, they haven't now because they've been lowered and resorting to a skillless job.
Yeah.
All it requires for someone to look at them.
Shall I tell you something a little bit funny? A little bit funny, right? When I was with my ex, right? Um, I should with one of my exes, not to imply it was my last ex, but fuck it, you know, we're talking about my last ex, right? So she one of my exes, my last ex, had this porno DVD, right?
Uh-huh.
So when we moved in together, right, and she's unpacking her stuff, and I'm like, I see some of her novels, her books. This is a little bit of a interesting point. She had a I mean, she had like origami, a couple of cookery books, but she had a couple of sex novels. And you know, the front cover is like a naked male torso and a woman pressed up again. It's kind of like, I don't even want to flick through the pages of this. But the fact that it's a romance novel, and this is a kind of gateway for girls because they're now fantasizing on what a relationship should be based upon
Yeah.
through these books. So this is kind of like before porn, before getting introduced to porno. So anyway, I find these books, whatever, and then I find a DVD, a porn DVD. I'm looking at the cover of this thing, right, and I'm like, when was this from? Is this like 1970s or something like that, like 1980 or 90 early? It's like glam. Oh, you just have to kind of think back to that sort of era in time. So I'm already laughing at the cover of this DVD. And I turn it over, look at the back, and there's nothing revealing about this DVD. Now, I'm sure most of us are aware that if you see a porno DVD, you're gonna nowadays, you know, you'd probably see a couple of boobs at least. Maybe they might have some stars over the nipples or something like that to sort of censor
Or
it
they'll just
out a
have the
little
butt.
bit.
They'll have the butt on their
Or
front, and you know.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it depends how unrestricted your purchase so happens
Yeah.
to be. So anyway, I'm looking at the back of her, just the one. She only had the one DVD, and I'm like, this is crap. You know, but I don't even need to watch it. It's already crap. It's got writing all like a fucking story, a blurb on the back of it. Like, who cares? So anyway, out of curiosity, I was like, well, I'm gonna I have to now watch this DVD. So I start watching it, and it was probably the worst fucking porno I've ever seen. You don't see anything. You don't see anything at all. You just, well, I mean, you see bodies, but you don't see any boobs or any genitalia. There are no like cum shots. There's no. It's just kind of like close up of their faces. RGB lighting in the background, like a music video almost. And you know, this was not erotica in the slightest. Like, no way you're going to get a stiffy from watching this kind of thing. And I'm like, I don't know if it's like a 45-minute DVD, 50-minute, an hour or something like that. And I'm just skipping through it. And I'm just like, this is pathetic. And then I turned to my ex, not my last one, but really it is. And
Some really it is.
and I'm looking at it thinking, is this what the fuck? What the? And I'm compiling this with that sex novel. I'm just looking at like, what kind of idea of sex? Like, what the fuck? I'm gonna have to teach you a thing or two, you know. So that was my basically like flashback memory of porn with my ex. I mean, not my ex, my last ex. I mean, not her. That one. Yeah.
Was she doing like? Was she watching like tantric stuff, or was she watching like Kama Sutra, or massage or something like that? Sensual
It,
massage,
It sounded
I
like Jason and the Argonaut style.
if it was
right?
if it was labeled as a massage or I don't know, something like that, it would probably be more arousing. But the fact that it was kind of labeled as a porno, it was more of a letdown, more of a
Gotcha.
disappointment. So it's even more kind of like, oh man, when my dick's it's gone to sleep, man. It's got better things to do. You know?
You like that
So
one, sexy?
yeah, it was not sexy, and it kind of gave me a bit of a sort of like, I mean, it's almost sort of like looking back at it now, it's almost like, oh bless, she has a bit of innocence about her. You know, she has a bit of a naivety about of
Billy's like, I ruined that
what
innocence.
would be kinky kind of thing. Yeah, fucking yeah, like especially like all right, let me show you, like not to be, fucking pound it and rock her world or whatever, but yeah, but compare that now with the kind of shit that's on easily available. Whew, you know.
Gotcha.
Was it the other day you showed me a picture of an advert allows kids twerking?
Don't tell him about that. Sorry, what?
No, wasn't it the other day you showed me that advert that you saw on TV that all those kids twerking?
Yeah,
Fuck,
wait.
I'd puke in my mouth, man.
You got the booty shaking llama toy, like
Yeah, fuck yeah, now.
aimed at children, fun for the whole family.
Fun for the whole family. Booty shaking llama toy. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
look it
look.
up. Look it up on YouTube. A little commercial of it. It is frightfully distasteful. To put it in a kind of mature sort of like, what the hell they're doing.
It's on Cutie's level.
Yeah. There's some other. Well, they're doing this a lot with like you got Monster High, which is kind of like a Barbie style doll, where they're wearing mini skirts, like makeup and high heels and ripped fishnet stockings and costumes, and a lot of these games I've noticed for kids as well, especially on like iPad, I suppose. I don't know. It's probably on like other platforms as well. Are like fashion based, and it is. I mean, I have to kind of steer my kid away from it, but the amount, like, you got a My Little Pony version, you got the Monster High version, you got the regular Barbie version, and whatever other kind of versions. But they try and fly under the radar as being a fashion application or a fashion game, but it's not really. I mean, on the surface, I suppose, the hair accessories or whatever. Just choose what kind of shoes they want to wear. But the wardrobe.
Somebody come get her, she dancing like a stripper. Somebody come get her, she dancing like a stripper.
That toy.
The fuck?
That was the toy. The booty shaking llama.
They've actually got a commercial of it.
I know.
Yeah, that's the toy. That is the toy. There you go. There it is.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yep, that is the toy, but yeah, the actual commercial is even more.
She's dancing like a stripper. Hey, somebody come get her, she dancing like a
Yeah, the toys they come up with anymore these days. Oh my god, they got no damn sense.
Yeah, Christmas is near. There you go, a little Christmas stocking filler.
Learn something new.
Yeah, they just want to degrade our children into these sexual deviant beasts before them even 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I already told y'all what the cartel princess said about the 3 oldest girls. if I ever catch y'all doing anything like that, we going to Home Depot, we getting some shovels. End of story. Like, okay. Don't look at me, I agree. That's exactly what I said. Don't look at me, I agree. It's like, dude.
But going back to the porn, I mean, for the older generation of men, I suppose we can kind of talk about it. Like we can, what it is, what it is. What I'm more concerned about is the younger generation of men, because they're not getting access to women. They don't even know what it's like to touch a vagina or boobs or maybe even kiss. So they got nothing but porn to channel, like I don't know, to get their education from. I suppose, like, you know, parentheses like education, but so I don't know. It's an awkward one, I suppose, for them, really.
Yeah. Yeah, I just hope my daughters grow up like not desensitized by this and not like trying to participate in this bull crap basically. Because I can see it now.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's hard. Like, I mean, luckily in some way, because my kid's autistic, quite often I see that as protecting her, because she's in her own little world bubble. She doesn't quite understand.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, she does have this sort of diva, like she wants to be on stage and she glamorizes. She wants to do makeup, but I'm like, I refuse to. This is the funny thing, because I refuse to get her a makeup kit.
Mm-hmm.
So she'll resort to felt tip pens, and it's like,
Oh,
oh,
Lord.
for fuck's sake, you know.
Don't feel
And
bad. I've been there multiple times with mine. You
yeah, I
can't have
mean,
makeup. Okay, fine. They come outside. I'm like, what the hell? Is that a
yeah,
permanent American worker? Oh, you're in trouble. Go to your room.
yeah. I mean, I instantly give it like, look, you don't need to be dressed up as a clown, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I've got friends, like they're in the late 30s, and they're the type that completely shave their eyebrows off and they're drawing it back in,
Oh my
and
god.
it looks like insane clown posse.
I believe it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, and you know they seem oblivious to it, and they're putting up selfies and they're getting their likes. It's like, oh, my makeup looks wonderful today, and I am cringing and laughing my fucking heels off. But
I always
it's
like it when their eyebrows look like they're always angry.
yeah, yeah. I mean, or like the shock expression, you know, it's
Yeah,
like
shock impression
way
too.
like
Like,
you know,
why are you so shocked?
yeah. I just don't understand it.
Me neither. I know a lot. I know a lot of older Latinas that like literally shave their eyebrows off and be trying to draw them on with a pencil and shit like that. I'm like, no.
That's a regular thing over here.
Yeah, yeah. It's so commonplace here as well. Yeah.
I do also. Since I've been in America, I can admit this. I've seen a lot of white women that shave their eyebrows off and draw them on too.
Yeah. Yeah, well, ones I'm picturing right now are like all pretty much white women, yeah. And they're always wearing animal print.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Need not
Like,
say no more. That's pretty much all white women right there at that point.
yeah. And
Where animal print be shaving off their eyebrows, like if you see a white woman in animal print in the Western world, you already know she shaved off her eyebrows before she even turned around.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, I was also reading something about on a dating app, since like the black pillars like using dating apps, the emo black pillars like using dating apps. Apparently, white women are not the most popular women that people want to date on dating apps. Apparently, the two most popular women on dating apps, or I should say the three most popular women on dating apps, are Asian women, Arab women, and Latinas.
Yeah, I can see the Asian women scoring quite high. Yeah, everyone
Yeah,
wants to have the anime kind of chick.
mm-hmm. Yeah, the Asian women score higher, way higher than white women. Latinas score a lot higher than white women, and the Arab women score a lot higher than white women.
Yeah. It's almost like women want to be anything but themselves.
True.
You know.
Very true.
You think about it, the woman's nature is to never be with themselves fully, because the whole point of being here is to give birth and give life. As soon as you harbour life and give birth, your life is no longer yours; it's also your child's. So that's sort of their role is never really to be fully for themselves in the first place. And I think that's the reasons why the owners of the world have turned women into what they're not supposed to be, the masculine version of themselves.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. There's
And they
been
still suck at it because the sad part about that, like they say in Sweden, you could take the Barbie doll away from the girl, and give her a truck, she's still going to go back to the Barbie doll at the end. It's like, yeah, because the later they get in life, the more they start thinking about having babies.
Yeah, and
But not
that's
okay.
where the expression of the war, where they hit the wall in the 40s, and then like
Hmm.
these frisky cougars looking for sex, because
Hmm.
they've realised all the past mistakes, and then they're realising, oh, I'm doing
Now
now
they
what
want
I
to be
should
sexy
do when I was
ladies. They
8.
don't want to be. They don't want to be feminists no more. Now they want to be sexy ladies.
Yeah.
I hate that.
And they're just mature feminists.
True. Well, the sad part about that, you can't even call them feminists anymore because now they're trying to use their sexual wows now, instead of actually looking like they got blue hair,
Fuck 'em. No more
purple
feminists.
hair, and like all that other extra shit. So now they're trying to relive their glory days. So now, technically, if you want to get technical, they're having a midlife crisis in a way, in a roundabout
Yeah,
way. They're having
they have the freedom of the government to support all their mistakes. Men don't. That's the difference.
yeah, true, very true. But no, I don't think you have that same freedoms when you hit a certain age as a woman though. If you're still single and ain't got nothing going on in your life. I know
Yeah,
you
but
do if you're under 50, but I don't think you do when you're like 50, trying to go on a prowl.
it's easier for 40-year-old women to go out there and find a blue pill simp than it is for a man to find a decent cougar.
True.
a decent cougar.
Is that
Yeah,
even a
'cause
real thing? Maybe
I
is that
know.
even a real thing, or are you making it up there, Amanely? Is that really a real thing? A decent cougar?
No,
Don't
I
tease
think
me
you're
like
right.
that.
I don't think that is.
Don't
Nah,
tease me like that.
because technically, a decent cougar would be a faithful married woman.
True. Very true.
Well, in my opinion, not married, but society's success of a relationship. The measurement of that's marriage, isn't it?
Yeah. Very true.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting times we're living in. I mean, and
Oh,
and, and as it goes on, the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, it's going to be even more interesting. Seeing the effects of all of this sort of play out.
definitely.
I reckon there's going to be a lot more single people, because as people get more stressed and more pressured, and we have second waves, third waves, and a new virus, and another new virus, and all this bullshit,
Yeah,
people would have been more inclined to work on themselves than they are to deal with relationships.
True.
So you'll start seeing sex is predominant right now, and it still is all
Yeah.
online. But you'll see it slowly come down the ranks slowly as life is getting harder and more fearful and more stressful.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I see that as that's going to lead into more delusion and more mental illness, because there'll be a small percentage where they'll be able to self-reflect and progress in their life and improve, but there'll be others, the majority of others, who
Won't be
won't be
able.
able to do that.
Hmm.
So the world will become they won't be able to understand how the world functions properly. So to kind of combat that, they'll have to reinvent or reinterpret how the world functions, and so we'll have a whole new bunch of kind of um, well, I don't know if they're going to be movements, but uh, promotion of batshit crazy ideas um, rising up, and it kind of goes back to that point about like that point we were making about oppression. The act of doing something is the focus. So as long as they're busy reinventing the world and seeing it in a new kind of way, that'll be that's their main goal. So the more far-fetching and extreme their ideas become, the better. And if anyone tries to ground them in reality, that will be automatically rejected, because now you're bringing them back down to earth, and they have to then accept responsibility. And they can't. And if they can't fit in, if they're already struggling with trying to understand how the world works and trying to fit in with it, then that's a problem. So the more it'll push them into their delusional way of thinking.
It also depends on how much they're invested into their own life. If someone's not very invested into it, they're going to be more likely to consider another alternative way. Like, so if you've got a heavy investment in life, you've spent 30 years in a business, and then you just get told everything you've done for the last 30 years is worked against you. Not a lot of people are willing to face that. That they believe that something they've worked so hard for 30 years, to put the blood, sweat, and tears into it, to tell them that you've actually been working against yourself.
And another thing that I've noticed with a lot of women nowadays is I was going to bring this up before, with a lot of women like that start hitting the wall, and they want a man basically, but they always fight and say, I don't want, maybe I want to be single, maybe this is how I want to live my life, because it's like they're literally fighting against what they really want, and it's like they want a man, so they're going on all these dates, but they don't want a man because it's one of those things where it's like it's a back and forth. So typically, what I'm seeing with a lot of the women, especially with Chinese women, because they refer, if you're like 27, you're considered a leftover woman.
Yeah.
In China, so nobody really wants to date you if you're a leftover woman. So it's one of those things that you got other countries where, like, they believe in that type of stuff too. So there's a lot of women who are being picked over, skipped over for this reason. Then, like, typically what happens is with a lot of these women, their only option is to leave the country to possibly find a suitor, basically. Like, there's this one woman that they were following on this one that we were actually following on this one Spanish channel that I actually worked for. We basically followed her life as being a single woman in China. And basically what happened was she eventually, like, up and left and moved to, like, Eastern Europe so she could meet a man. So it's one of those things where, like, women still have options women always have this backup bailout option that we forget about when it comes to stuff like that. So it's typically one of those things. If she really want to be married, she can always go marry a white guy. And that's pretty much how it works in China. Because typically, women start hitting 27, they start running out of options, and nobody really want to touch them or talk to them, or they start cutting their hair in the little pixie haircuts. And it's like nobody really wants to touch them. Then and it's like, well, I'll just find me a white man, and it's one of those things where they have that option all the time. So it's typically how it ends up working. They'll find themselves a white man. But the sad part about that, what I've noticed with all of these women, is when they find that white man, they eventually let go of all the feminist traits, and now they want to be a stay-at-home mom and shit. Now they want to settle down and have a family and shit like that when they meet their white man, for all intents and purposes. Is something I've noticed also with a lot of these Asian women. Like, they're so bullheaded, like, I don't want to be a mom. Maybe it looks like your life is suffering. Then meanwhile, they're trying to project how they feel about not having any children and not being in a marriage and not having a relationship and stuff like that onto their family and stuff like that. So they take it out on them. Then they go and lash out. Then they go marry a white guy, and all of a sudden now they're the housewife, the happy housewife that's looking forward to having children. Now it's like, so what do you really want, lady?
Yeah, because it just shows how fickle they are. It's like, and how unreliable, unstable. I mean, how can you plan a future with someone like that? At any given moment, they might decide to reinvent themselves, and
That's what most of divorces are, Billy. A
yeah,
woman waking up one day, I don't love him anymore. Let's fucking ruin everything.
Yeah, and that's typically what my grandma. What I was saying about my grandmother and my granddad. My grandma literally said, "You fall in love with the man. You fall in love with each other at the beginning, but somewhere in a relationship, somewhere down the line, you eventually start waking up and choosing to love that person continuously. So it's not going to be something that's going to be continuous. It's going to be something where, like, eventually it's going to happen where you're not going to have that same level of love. You still love the person, but you're not going to have that same level of love for the person. But at the end of the day, when you wake up every single day, you choose to love that person continuously every day. And that's the problem that women have. They want this fantasy love where like it's supposed to go on forever when it really doesn't go on forever. You literally have to put in work to actually do it. Because like nothing with and the thing that I hate about that is like women will say, "Well, it was my husband's fault why I didn't cheat." If it's always the husband's fault why she cheated, it's the husband's fault why he cheated. And the sad part about that is it's actually the same thing. Because what I was saying in one of the live streams is, I think y'all were there, where I said, if a man is fulfilled in his relationship, it don't matter how much pussy is being thrown at him, he's going to be faithful.
Mm-hmm.
If a woman's fulfilled in a relationship, she's not going to be faithful. She's not going to be faithful. She has a higher chance of not being faithful than her husband. And even if she's not, even if she is fulfilled in her, even if she's not being fulfilled in a relationship, is either way for her, she'll find a reason to step out. For him, if he's being fulfilled, he has no reason to step out. If he has no reason to be, if he's not fulfilled, then there's a reason for him to step out. But the sad part about that is like it's funny how it's like one sided where like if he does it, it's his fault. If she does it, it's his fault. Like how's that work? But then on top of that, it's like you got women that don't want to put in actual work because at the end of the day, it's nobody's fault but yourself. If you decide to cheat, it's your fault because it was your choice to cheat. It's not his fault. It's not anybody else's fault. It's your fault.
It's also a removal of responsibility. Because when we was in smaller clans and smaller tribes before we built these massive, huge cities, a woman and a man couldn't just go off sleeping with everybody. They was chucked out the tribe and starved to death.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So like women and men now have got the choice that they've got this stable society that's ticking along that works. So if the relationship doesn't work out, they could just go out and find another one in a massive sea of people. As in, if you was in the local tribal area, right? As again, trust is built upon working with each other, and if you work with each other, that's where love develops because you build that unbuildable trust. So that, like say 10 years of needing each other to survive, and then everybody's looking at other relationships and going like, if you two together, we wouldn't have that. If you two together, we wouldn't have that. If you two together, we wouldn't have this food. We wouldn't have these roofs. And the society's supposed to work like that. Now they can just run to Big Daddy government and get a divorce with zero societal repercussion.
Yeah, I know. And the sad part about that is what I've noticed about a lot of these women is the difference between Western society and societies like mine is typically it's structured in a way where almost every single man gets a woman. And it's like it's so traditional. It's so traditional. Every single man gets a woman in Costa Rica. And so there's not really a man that doesn't have a woman in Costa Rica for all intents and purposes. And if he doesn't, he's either like the worst of the worst, or he's probably like in prison or something like that, or he's probably dead somewhere. It's typically how it works, or they're underage, and obviously they can't have a girlfriend. It's typically how it works. So it's one of those things where it's like in a society where there's heavy traditions and heavy traditionalism, like actual traditionalism, not like this TradCon crap. Typically, almost every single man gets a woman. There might be there might be 1 out of 10 men who don't get a woman, but every single man typically gets a woman in societies like this, which I've always found interesting. But in the Western world, not so much. The top 3% or the top 4% end up with men, basically. End up with women. So it's like it's one of those things where it's like you've liberated women to the point where like now they're picking and choosing any damn thing under the sun. And it's I always found it kind of funny. Like I always talked about the caste system. Like I kind of sort of, in this case, I kind of sort of enjoy the caste system. I wish they would bring the caste system to the United States, to be honest with you. And what I mean by that is, if like a caste system in the United States, if you're from this economic background, if you're from this family, from this economic background, you don't get to move up. So now here goes your options. And I think if they bring that to the United States, that would be the funniest shit in the world. You'll see a lot of women looking stupid with egg on their face. Because not too many men are going to want to date certain women, basically, and they'll find out very quickly how sexy they are and where their pedestal actually stops at comparative to the other women in society. because like I've always said this, like I've worked with a lot of women at my job, and if they were to bring back the caste system, despite the fact that they're white women, I would actually have a higher class split rate placing than they would. And I've always found that funny. If I was like, if they had a caste system, shit, you wouldn't be shit right now. I literally look at women at work like you ain't shit. Like, and it's funny to do that, but it's like you tend to understand the caste system that if you were to place it on America, because women wouldn't be. There'd be a lot of women. There'd be, I would say, about 90% of women in the United States wouldn't get anywhere. There would literally be like a top 10% of women who would actually be dateable, and everybody would really want. And it's typically how it works. But it's like there'd be like a plethora of men up here. I mean, granted, there'll probably be a plethora of men up top that probably wouldn't get a woman, or they'll probably date down a couple. Like typically men date down like one or two. Like, I mean, for actual relationship purposes, men date down like one. They'll date up, they'll date across, they'll date down. And if they want to bang something just for sex, they'll go down 2 brackets or 3 brackets just to bang something for sex, basically. Unless you're desperate, then you'll probably go down all the way to the bottom just to get your rocks off. It's typically how it works. But typically, men only date and marry women within the threes, basically. Above, equal, below, basically. Every now and again, a man may go one more down, but typically that's like very rare that he does to date somebody and actually put them in an actual relationship. And this is typically what a lot of these women are facing this day and age with the dating market. They think because this guy had sex with me, I'm obviously sexy and I deserve this. When in fact he just wanted some pussy. You're just a pussy with you're a pussy with no face and name.
Yeah, and with that comes the intellectual intimacy as well, because like her ego will shoot up through the roof, and she thinks that she's all that kind of thing, whereas the guy who might be more academically developed or whatever will be looking at her like, for fuck's sake, you're an annoying bitch.
Yeah. This is typically one of the many reasons why men ghost women. If you're annoying, we'll ghost you.
Yeah.
If you're annoying, or you do something that that sets off red flags or alarms us or makes a hair stand up on the back of her neck, we'll ghost you.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. It's just like, and women don't seem to get that or understand it. I don't understand why he ghosted me. I don't understand why you're so annoying with that voice. That's why he ghosted you.
This is tying back into the porn question you asked. Is like, why is porn such a dangerous thing? Yes, because it makes women pine over the most disgusting pieces of shit just to get their end away.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Like what women watch. Women are majority of the women are like majority. Like I think it's like 90% of women watch rape porn.
There was something like one
or they got fantasies or something like that. Yeah.
Or
yeah,
like,
like 1 in 4.
Your second choice is incest porn.
Mm. Yeah, because also as well, like they're discussing this with each other, comparing notes, and then playing out each other's fantasy. Well, maybe not fantasies, but like if one woman said, "Oh, we did it in such a way," I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that woman then mimics and copies. Whereas back in the olden days, they wouldn't have that opportunity. So sex would be more private and in the bedroom, just between you and your partner.
True. Well, I think women always talked about their sex life. They probably didn't talk about it as graphic as they do now, basically, or as vivid as they do now. But I agree with you 100% on that, most definitely, because it's like, how do we get this far?
Definitely. They were talking back to each other about it before, but they'd have to use their imagination. Whereas now they can easily just watch a clip or watch a video on it and be like, "Oh, crikey, she can really," I
know, right? Yeah. And it's always one of those things. Like I always said that women want to be dominated.
Yeah.
Women want to be dominated in relationships, and I think this has typically always been one of the main contentions on why I've always been successful in relationships. Because I actually did a Baron say this last night with Baron Yam, and something came up where we were talking about, we call them the pimposphere, the pimp manosphere. They talk about maintaining frame and dark sexual underbelly of the of the sexual of sexuality and stuff like that, and we're talking about that, and I go, that's just ridiculousness. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as maintaining frame. No matter how much you maintain frame, you'll still get skipped on. No matter how much you put your foot down, you'll still get skipped on. And it's one of those things where it's like you have to be able to date somebody, typically. Because I always talk about the 2% of women are dateable. And Yam actually broke it down a lot further because I didn't in a stream yesterday night where he says, when Tico says the 2%, he means the 2% for you, not for everybody. So there's 2% of women for you to actually date, literally yourself. And you have to pick from that 2% and not the other 82%, 92% relative. I mean, 98%. So it's one of those things where it's like that. We're talking about the 2% and how those women act and how those women, if those women are interested in you, who actually go above and beyond to learn you and learn new things about you and want to actually do for you and be there for you for all intents and purposes. There's only 2% of those women in the world that are for you that will literally do that. Now, the sad part about that is we're all looking at the vast majority of women shaking their ass like that llama in a commercial and twirling their head and making their breasts like, do jumping jacks. We're too busy paying attention to that to be paying attention to those 2% of women. And it's true. Like we've been so. This is what the whole entire sexual thing is about the porn. Like we're so used to seeing it in porn. Now we're seeing it in the streets. So it's like, okay, I'll hit that. It's like meanwhile the back of your mind's like, no, don't hit it. You're like, I want that.
Yeah, it's like we're being sold things that we might not necessarily want.
Yeah. And exactly what it is. We're being sold on a lot of things that we don't necessarily want or need.
We're being sold things what they want us to have.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't want a woman that can smoke a cigarette with her pussy,
Yeah. Hammerhand in the house.
What's up, gentlemen?
What's up?
Zero.
Welcome to Bleeding Edge Red Pill.
My pleasure to be here for the first fucking time, finally.
Now, Hammerhand's saying that he's been in many live streams before this with me. I mean, so.
No, like what? 2 maybe?
I think 3.
Yeah, it many. I don't know about many, but yeah, a few.
Well, 3 on my channel, but I've been in like multiple with you and on other people's channels. What I meant.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So, what are you guys chatting about?
We're talking about how sex has changed, how we view relationships, and like the whole entire sex, like porn and stuff. How we view like sexuality and porn, how it's actually changed our perception of relationships and shit like that. And I was talking about like we see it in porn. Now we go out and instead of picking the 2% that we actually need in our life, we end up picking the 98% that we don't need in our lives, based on a porn scene that we've seen or something like that, or
monkey see, monkey do.
Yeah, you know that it's all transactional and it's all completely fabricated and fake.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all of it. And nobody fucking does that in their bedroom. I mean, if they do, there's something wrong with them.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, there's certain things that you'll do that will be risque for y'all, but y'all not going to sit up here and be sitting there doing like the Jenna Jack me shit over here.
No.
You're not finna some chandeliers and shit like that, and
it's fucking nonsense. I mean, nobody behaves like that. I mean, everybody wants to get a little bit of a freak on, but I mean, nobody's going to try to fuck on a trapeze.
Oh yeah, definitely not. I'm not doing that. I mean, the worst I've ever done was I actually told a story last night that when I was dating my oldest daughter's mom before she passed away, we were I had to actually clarify the story because Seeker actually said, "Okay, I'm gonna need you to elaborate on this story, Tico, because this is crazy." So apparently, what happened with to explain the whole entire story with her, we actually worked for a friend who actually opened a bar and he couldn't find anybody to work for him, so we were the 2 bartenders working for him. So apparently, we were working on for a good period, like about a week or 2, basically before he actually found help. So the one day she actually said to me, I have a fantasy about being done on a pool table. So me being Tico Tren, huh?
I said, okay.
So me being Tico Tren, I go, okay. So I literally stripped her down, put her on a pool table, and did her in the middle of the bar. I had no shame.
With a whole bar full of people or by yourself?
Bar full of people. So I was like, I have no shame. So I literally did it. And then
that is clear, sir. No shame indeed.
well, she said she had a fantasy. She didn't say she didn't want anybody watching. She didn't put up any stipulations. And like, you know me, it's like, okay, let's do it.
What I'm curious about is, did the fantasy live up to the reality?
Apparently, she really enjoyed it. she really.
That's
enjoyed
when
it.
you say goodbye, honey. See you later.
Right? It's like, yeah. So it's one of those things where she enjoyed it, and it was like pretty funny because like it was one of those things she wasn't expecting me to do it at that moment in time. Because it was one of those things where it's like she got caught off guard when I said that, and I literally put her on the pool table, and I pulled down her pants, and I pulled off her underwear, and I said, "Let's go."
There ain't nothing wrong with having some excitement in your life, but yeah, to risk getting fucking cue ball AIDS or some shit, nah. Fuck all of that.
Well, the bar it wasn't a used pool table, so like we were standing next to it, so it was like we were just like standing around for business before it opened, basically. We were helping out, and that's exactly what she said. And like we had a bunch of people in there, and like we had like people like still putting up stuff, like the electrician, and like various things still being put in, and you also had like some patrons that were like there that were going to be new patrons to the bar and friends and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, that's your fantasy. Let's knock it out right now. And that's always been one of my things. I'm like, okay.
Hey, it's go time, darling. Get them off.
Excuse me. You ain't got to tell me twice.
That's pretty goddamn funny. That's pretty funny. Yeah.
I've never had a problem with having sex in public or in front of anybody. Like, don't get me wrong. I come from a very conservative family, but my thing and my family's thing has always been, if you really love that person and you're still with that person, you really love that person, handle it.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that. I mean, to an extent, it's just, I mean.
I know.
I mean, goddamn.
Damn, Tico. Zero shame.
No, bro, let me tell you. Let me tell you one. In 2012, I was down in West Palm Beach, and I met this chick. Nice girl. Well, no, fuck that. Not nice girl, because the shit that I was doing to her shortly after meeting her, no, not nice girl.
Oh, yeah.
But we sat, bro, no joke. It was a Sunday in 2012. There was a tropical depression that was moving through, and I went to the Boynton Inlet with her. And like in driving fucking rain and 90-mile-an-hour winds, I'm finger banging this chick for 10 hours in a truck. I'm not kidding. Some guy, after it started to die down, this guy is walking by. She can see over my shoulder, and I can't see because, well, obviously I'm busy. And she's like, there's some dude standing behind the trees watching us. And I'm like, oh, man, does it bother you? She's like, well, no, not really. I said, shut up. So yeah, I mean, she's probably one of the only chicks that can say she got wiped out for 10 fucking hours in a tropical depression with an audience.
True story.
Yeah, true story. I mean, I can't sit there. I can't look at guys that don't have, that experience and feel bad. And I don't feel bad for guys that do have the experience. I think that there's too much pressure that's being put on people, men and women, to get out there and just destroy themselves.
Oh yeah, definitely.
For no good reason.
Like if I wasn't in a relationship with that woman, that would have never happened. Because simply,
Yeah,
I would be in a relationship with you to remotely be trying to talk about exploring some sexual fantasies. Like, because I have a friend that talks about that with me all the time, and I look at her like, that sounds like a personal problem. That sounds like you need to take one of these guys home in this bar and handle that. And she'll look at me like, you're ignorant. Like, not my problem. Like, not my problem.
Yeah, but I mean, what makes it ignorant though? I mean, if she's the one that's saying it to you, why is it ignorant?
Yeah, it's like you can't be mad. Because I always say, you can be mad at my response, but it's going to be the most honest response I'm going to give you. You might not like it, but you're going to have to accept it. Like,
oh yeah, and I say to my ex, like, you asked for
it backhandedly sometimes. So that kind of probably was her response. That probably was that too. So I can admit that. I've grown as a human being, so I can admit when I'm actually very backhanded with people.
My man.
Like my responses are a bit backhanded sometimes. Like I can admit that I've actually been backhanded with Hammerhand once or twice in our long time knowing each other. So like I can actually admit that I can come off kind of sort of rough or brash or abrasive sometimes.
Oh man, you putting me on blast. I don't ever recall doing that shit to you. I've never done that. When did I do that?
No, I said I did it. I think I did it to you once or twice, basically, in a chat room or something like that, or almost like I was almost like it kind of didn't really seem like backhanded because like well it's Tico, so that's normal. And then I thought about it, I was like, okay, I was being a dick. Maybe I should tone back a little bit. So it's one of those things.
Now my fucking feelings are all hurt. I mean, I got some retroactive hurt going on here now. So, fuck all this. I'm getting off this stream. Fuck this shit.
You better not.
Somebody else tried to say something there, and we kind of drowned them out. What did they want to say?
Oh, go ahead,
Billy.
What,
hey, Billy.
what did I say? I'll just say to my partner, like, look, you asked for it, so there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean,
That's what you asked for.
Don't say that you want these particular things and gaslight motherfuckers if you really don't want that.
Like, I've always been that guy. Don't start something you ain't willing to finish.
Oh, that'd be another annoying one, like with the prick tease.
Yeah. Oh, you call them prick tease? I like
Blue
that.
balls.
Yeah, blue balls were prick tease.
Don't do that shit, man.
Yeah, because when I refer to it, I'll give you that. Who the hell you think you're talking to, D?
That's pretty fucking good. I like that.
I got that. Who the hell you think you talking to, D? Or what was all that shit you was talking earlier, D?
It almost always works out that way unless you get involved with a professional whore. Then they start telling you.
Yeah, I know, right? This
Which
is probably why I
actually
never dated one, and because I'd be worried about that. Like, what do you mean? It's my turn. No. That's not how this works.
Get off me, bitch. This is abnormal.
Right? Yeah, definitely abnormal. But yeah.
This is fun shit, man. I'm gonna have to do this more.
Because I actually had a friend, speaking of which, that actually and then actually stopped being his friend after he told me this, which is actually pretty shocking because I actually have a friend that's actually married, and he actually went to a KKK rally because his wife his wife wanted to spend separate time away from each other. And mind you, his wife is black and he has like biracial children. So like he's all about his wife and he's all about loving up on his wife and spending time with his wife. So apparently his wife was saying because she heard something on a TV talk show. This is typically where it always hums at. Where it's like, they need time apart so they can actually, grow as a couple. So she started going to like the plays and stuff like that, and he wanted to go to the plays with her, and he didn't want to do anything by himself. So like he tried whittling, he tried dancing, he tried all this stuff, and like the one time apparently one of the children told on him that he was actually at home and he didn't go out and do something. So he got a flyer on his car like I usually do when I'm in Pennsylvania, where they have like the KKK. They have like, we have meetings this day, in Morgantown, or in Morgantown, basically at this cemetery over here, or this, that, and the other. So apparently he decided that, well, that's enough time to spend away from the house where I ain't got to worry about shit. So he goes to the meetings every weekend so he can actually, get out the house. So like he told me this, and he's like, I feel so guilty about this, Tico. Like, I feel so guilty about this. Like, I can't believe I'm doing this. Like, if my wife ever found out about it, like, she'd probably kill me. I was like, I respect you for telling me this. A little upset by this. A little upset by this. But I respect you for telling me this, and I'm not going to stop being your friend for this. And because I know you're not a hateful person, because obviously who your wife is and your children are. So, like, we talked about it, and like, apparently he was telling me about a time when he went there the one time, and they said, "Oh, you should bring your family by. We have family picnics and this." He was all sick about that. Right? So apparently,
what was the motivation for him to attend a Klan rally?
Well, because his daughter actually snitched on him and said that he was at home instead of actually going out enjoying his alone time, and his wife wanted him out the house basically.
I'm lost.
So basically, what happens is, apparently, I told you his wife basically was watching one too many morning talk shows, and it said something to the extent of, it's good for couples to spend time apart for a certain amount of time, basically, so they can love each other more.
That's some bullshit.
So she thought it was a great idea, and she basically said, we should do things like, you go and do your thing and I do my thing, and we all fun and meet back at the house. So like she would leave the house, he would leave the house, and the babysitter would come to the house, and he would like sneak out the door and sneak back in the back door and go back upstairs and like sit there and play PlayStation. And apparently one of his young daughters like heard him upstairs one time, so she kind of sort of told on him. So he got busted, so he wasn't allowed to actually stay at the house anymore. So he had to actually go out. So the funny thing about that is like he basically found this meeting, and he basically went there so it can kill enough time between him traveling back and forth between home. That way he can actually say he did something, because the travel there and the travel back home was great enough for him to spend enough time away from home for this thing. And he would come back home and say, oh, how was your thing? Oh, I went to this meeting. It's nothing special, honey, So he basically said he went to this meeting, nothing special, nothing, all this stuff, It was great. I met some of the guys and this, that, and the other. And so, that's great to hear, this, that, and the other. Right? So apparently, something had happened where her husband got into a car accident on his way back from one of these meetings. So luckily he wasn't near the site or near the area where like they could, oh, you was there, weren't you? Yeah. He was far enough away, but he was almost home. So he got into an accident coming back from one of these meetings. So his wife said, you know what? No more spending time apart, because I almost lost my husband, this, that, and the other, and this, that, and the other. So now they do stuff together. He goes to plays with her. He goes to all this stuff with her. He does musicals with her, stuff that he normally wouldn't do because he loves spending time with his wife. So it's one of those things where it's like he learned. I guess they both learned a valuable lesson that maybe time apart isn't the greatest thing about it, because you can actually never know, you might lose your partner in crime in this lifetime. So he's still my friend to this day. Matter of fact, my son's actually named after him.
This is an allegory for beating around the fucking bush.
Well, yeah, but to get to the right story about the guy.
No, not you. His fucking life, his experience. That's an allegory for beating around the fucking bush and coming back to the same conclusion.
Yeah, basically what?
Fuck.
Yeah, I know.
Waste of fucking time.
I remained friends with this guy the whole entire time, and it was like I just shook my head like, you go to what? And the bartender's looking at me, expecting me to like jump on him for saying this. Like, it's this white lady bartender. She looked like a feminist, basically. So she's looking at me, expecting me to like jump on him and like want to beat him up and pummel him. And I'm sitting there like, I'm not even mad at you. I understand why you're doing it. I'm not even mad at you. In a roundabout, crazy way in my head, I can actually justify why you're doing it. And I started drinking my drink, and the bartender's looking at me with a like open mouth, like she can't believe I'm actually like okay with this. So she's expecting me to pummel my best friend, basically. So yeah, it's like. Yeah,
bro. I mean, no disrespect to your best friend, but this is like a serious lack of fucking judgment.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, you're not a hate monger. You're not busting on people because of who and what they are. Yeah. But fuck it. I got some time to kill, so I'm just gonna go out there and listen about genocide. I mean, I got to increase my knowledge, man.
Yeah, like literally, and it's one of those things where I always talk about, like when I always say, I could literally justify something. Overlooking something if depending on your demeanor or the reasoning behind why you're doing it. I could typically overlook something in that case. And people always laugh at me like, I don't understand what you mean, Tico. That's exactly what I mean. I have a friend that literally did that for a while because his wife wanted him out the house so they could spend time apart because she was listening to too much Oprah at the time. Not Oprah. It was like, who's that other lady after Oprah? After she she was listening to that other lady, basically.
Wendy Williams?
It might have been Wendy Williams. No, it wasn't Wendy Williams, because Wendy Williams is not really all that crazy.
Horse face motherfucker. Yeah.
Oprah was still on at the time, and that's before she switched over to her own channel. That's right. So she was still on daytime TV, or was it Gail? I think it might have been Gail. I could be wrong.
The alternate in UK is called Loose Women.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is. It's actually called Loose Women. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
That is hilarious.
That's the name of the talk show. That's right. I was watching that the other day. I was cracking up like
Loose Women, man.
Wow.
Do they mean it that way, or is that a colloquial term?
It's a talk show. It's basically like the Real or the Real or Review. Think of the Real or Review with more women. Like, just think of like
God.
the cast of Will and The View and put them all on one show.
It's some of the
Basically, yeah.
worst fucking shows ever.
Yeah.
Man, they're fucking bad. I mean, they are bad.
They are very bad. Matter of fact, that was the show she was watching, The View. The View, because that's back when they had Barbara Walters on it still. When they spent time apart. That's exactly the show that she was watching when they said that whole entire thing.
You wanna see a great clip with Barbara Walters? Go and check out the clip where she's interviewing Sean Connery about his "smack my bitch up" comment.
Oh,
wow! Did she actually say?
Yeah. Connor, he looks her right in the fucking face, and she's like, "Do you think that it's appropriate, sir?" She's getting fucking heated, boy. And do you think that it's appropriate, to suggest that? And he's like, well, I mean, if you can't get her under control, then it's okay to go upside her head. It was fucking great. And it's fucking Sean Connery in his heyday, and he's saying, "I'm gonna smack my bitch up." That was great.
Oh yeah, and he says something along the lines like, "But women don't just want to argue; they want to have the last word."
Yeah. It was something like that. It's very interesting, like little 2 or 3 minute clip. It's great.
I believe it. I'm gonna go check that out after this is over.
You gotta go see that shit. You're gonna piss yourself laughing.
And I will. Shoot. I probably said that multiple times in front of everybody. They probably looked at me like, "You're gonna do what, Tico?" like she need it.
She's all emotional shit, and he's just sitting back there with you could see him with a shot of whiskey in his hand, just being all cut. Yeah, this is honestly what I believe.
Yeah, he was not fucking kidding.
Sitting on this Bond character, shaken, not stirred.
No, yeah, man, he wasn't joking at all. He with the dead straight up fucking face. He's talking about, yeah, it's acceptable to slap her in the teeth.
Yeah. Now, just imagine if he'd have said that today in this day and age. Just imagine.
I bet he would.
I
bet he would. I think he
would.
Think he would.
But can you imagine the outrage to that, though?
I'm going to tell you what. That is something that I would pay cash fucking money to have happen. I would love. Twitter would fucking be on fire for 47 days. It would be fantastic.
Get on a daytime talk show.
It would be fantastic. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, I just got off my deal with James Von Maxwell.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we just did like a little 45-minute deal there and put it together. That motherfucker, we got to, you know what, man, we got to take up a collection and get this guy a computer because his fucking computer stinks.
I could probably make that happen because I'm getting True Sherman new one.
Say what?
So I'm getting True Sherman new one, so I can actually make that happen for James Bond.
Yeah. We gotta see if we can get something together for him, man, because his equipment sucks, and the guy's he's a dedicated brother, and he's always out there fucking pumping it out.
He definitely is. I agree 100%.
Absolutely. I think I'll take up a collection, man. I'm gonna put that in my fucking channel on my community tab and see if we can start up a little collection plate for him. Because I know if I send him a fucking laptop and he gets familiar with the laptop, at least he can have decent streams.
Yeah, true. Then Tico says, "Hammerhand, I got this computer right here I just bought." But I got collections. Collect this computer.
Did you just do that, really?
Well, I actually am purchasing two. So I purchased two just in case one didn't work, basically, or there's a problem with another one. That way I can actually swap it out. But I'll be happy to get him one in the process too.
Yeah. I mean, are you going to pay for it all by yourself?
It's not that much, and it's a touch screen, and it's all in one touchscreen one basically. So he ain't got to worry about a bunch of wires and cords and shit like that. And his monitor base would be a touch screen and it has the modem in it too. So it's like one of those things where instead of using a mouse, he can use a mouse too, but he can only touch the screen. Like if he's in a stream like this and you see our faces, he can literally switch everybody around like this. Not just touching the screen. Just touching the screen basically. So
that's some shit that I've got to learn how to do. Are you doing that on a laptop right now?
I'm actually doing this on a computer. I can do this on a phone if I wanted to. Like if I came in on my phone, I could literally switch everybody's thing around because it's basically like your phone, like your touchscreen phone. You can literally reverse everybody around on the live stream in this thing, which is actually pretty lovely. So like anytime somebody, like a good example, when I do like the Relentless, I usually switch True Sherm to where I'm at because it's his show, so I let him run with it.
Yeah, right on.
Or when we do a Baron and Sadist, I switch Yam over to where I'm at and let him run it basically. So it's one of those things where I let everybody know that this is the person in charge.
That's fantastic
You
shit,
have a
man.
naughty
I got to
corner.
get with you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So because you have a little naughty corner, so when they're being disobedient, you can just like slide them out.
Well, yeah, I was gonna do like click on them basically to remove them from the screen.
That is a great fucking idea. That's a great idea. It's like if you get pushed down into the bottom corner, it's like somebody gave you a dunce cap.
Yeah, literally.
No, man, I don't want the cap. Fuck that. What'd I do?
Right. Yeah, because I got every now and again I'll come in and I'll put myself dead last, or I'll put myself second or third or something like that. I'll be in a stream third or something like that. It's like I don't feel like doing nothing today. I'm just here. It's my channel. I'm just here though.
It's my channel, and I'll cry if I want to.
Because sometimes I show up on my own channel. I'll have a show and it's like, okay, I'm gonna need somebody else to lead. I don't feel like taking the lead today. Because it's typically how I have this thing where like you could tell how I feel based on my avatar or how I type in my name. Like if you see Tico Tren Red Pill, I'm all in. If you just see Tico Tren, I really don't feel like being here.
You must stop doing that shit. That is just unhealthy for your channel, man.
Would you say?
It's unhealthy. That's unhealthy for your channel. You got to stop doing that shit. People don't catch on to that. You know that.
Yeah, well, I told people if you ever see Tico Tren, there's a high chance I came unwillingly, or it's like one of those things where it's like I felt obligated to show up basically. So it's like you're basically letting you know how I feel when I come into the stream. But
Gracious.
But if you see Tico Tren Red Pill, then obviously I'm here and I'm ready to go. But like if you just see Tico Tren, it's like, yeah, whatever. I guess I'm here.
Goodness gracious. So what's going on in the world out there, gentlemen?
Just chilling. Ren is rolling through your state right now as we speak to go drop off a load after he gets done with his 10 hour.
Who is now? Who?
And MIGTOW in the win.
Oh, MIGTOW in the win. Hey, who is that?
That is he's from Pittsburgh. He's a trucker. He's always in my live streams with me. He's the one that's like he sound like he's country, but he's really not. He's a black guy. He sounds like he could be a hick or a hillbilly when he talks. He talks very slow, like he's from the South, but he's from the North.
Let me ask you something, man. So it's a black dude.
He's a black dude. Yeah, he's literally a black guy.
Okay, somebody was trying to convince me that he was actually MAGA Man, and I hadn't seen him, so I did not know. I had no idea.
I've actually met up with him multiple times.
They were saying that he has some kind of an affiliation with that Penny Proud bitch.
No, he doesn't.
He does not, right?
Apparently, she goes to people's random channel, and she wants them to. She wants to be referred as Miss Elite. Well, she wanted him to refer to her as Aunt Penny. So it's one of those things where like she's trying to manipulate people out of like wanting to stay connected to other people, basically divide and conquer type thing. He's basically the one that has the. Matter of fact, Mr. Form actually made his logo, MIGTOW in the Win logo. Let me see if I can go find it.
I saw it. I've been to his channel.
Yeah, he's usually in my streams with me. He's like he does like all types of stuff on his thing. He's MIGTOW. He's
How
the one
long
that
have you been working with him?
I've known him since before I actually started doing streams with him. Back when the whole entire thing kicked off with the romance character.
Yeah.
I actually knew him. I actually met up with him back then when I was doing like MIGTOW videos.
So it's been a minute.
Huh?
So it's been a minute. I mean, you have a reasonable amount of trust for him. Okay.
Yeah, I have a lot of trust for him. Trust me. He's not one to do anything wrong. I mean, he does get himself into some shit, but it's one of those things where it's like it wasn't intentionally, and it was like one of those things where it's like, wait a minute, what the hell did I just walk into? He's one of those guys. Like, plus he has like the best way to describe him is because a lot of people don't really understand him. Is he's a black guy that sounds like he's from the South, and he sounds like a white guy from the South, and he literally does. If you like, because some people will say he sounds like Chris Rock sometimes. depending on how he's feeling in his mood. He has like this flat affect in a lot of his videos, if you ever noticed. It's like he's pretty even keel. And he doesn't get excited too often. And if you do excite him, it was like something basically. Like you had to do something wrong to him for him to be pissed. So he's like he's a pretty even keel guy. He was in the military. That's typically why he put the MIG TOW in his name. So yeah, he's actually a really cool guy. I actually enjoy him.
Okay.
He's actually like his company. He's good peoples.
I just wasn't able to get.
I've met his dog. I've met everybody.
Okay. I wasn't able to get any kind of a decent answer from anybody when I started making inquiries. So the fact that you brought that up is a good thing.
Tico, what do you know about this person? Do you want to know the illegals, or do you want to know their whole entire criminal record, or do you want to know about them?
No, I mean, when I ask about it, it's because there's some kind of confusion.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing conflicting things from people that I would normally, give some credence to, and I can't have that shit.
Yeah, because he's actually very good. He's a very good people's. I would say he's probably like a safer version of me. To be
That's
honest,
always good.
He's a safer version of me, so he's less likely to resort to anger or being mean or being bluntly honest when I probably should be tact. So, I mean, he is honest, but like it's one of those things where he's able to bite his tongue most times, unlike me. Like him, it's like, so we're going to negotiate this. With me, it's like, so we're going to cut his head off now.
That's kind of fucked up, Tico.
Like, Tico, put away the guillotine, put away the knives. There's no need to cut his head off.
My fucking brother. My brother is the exact same way.
There's no need to kill him. I don't speak his piece. Like, okay.
My brother come in last night, man. The Overlord come in last night, and he goes, he just looks at me. He stands in my doorway, and he looks at me, and I'm like, oh man, what happened now? He like, I just fucking hate people, man. I just want them to burn. so nothing in particular happened, and he's like, no, man, they're like fucking insects. I can't stand them. It makes me itch. So he hates people. He hates people.
Well, it's not the fact that I hate people. I hate people. I can't say I hate people. I dislike people who will come into like the manosphere and give it a negative connotation or a negative view, or like we talked about this multiple times behind the scenes. Like I hate people that come in and just give it like a negative connotation or negative view or paint it in a bad light. So I typically get very angry with those people. Like the conversation I was having with you one time, I was like, okay, so cool. You say it's cool, so I'll put away the guillotine. That conversation.
That was just a couple of days ago, man.
Yeah, like literally, like I was ready to break out the guillotine on this guy. He's like, well, if you're cool with it.
Man, I'm not saying that I'm exactly cool with it. I just understand.
Yeah.
I just understand, and I proceed from the point of trying to give people the benefit of the doubt until they just come right the fuck out, and that they're being cunts. And when they decide to be that, then it's gloves are off. Fuck them. Yeah. If somebody decides to chew them up and spit them out, then that's just what it is.
I was in a hammerhand. I'm already breaking out the guillotine. I already got on my hood.
This motherfucker got the battle axe. He's ready to go, man.
Yeah, I'm right. I'm ready to go. Like, so we can decapitate him today, or we decapitate him tomorrow. That's typically me behind the scenes. Like, we can get him today or tomorrow. It's up to you.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, that reminds me of my goddamn brother, man. He'll come in tonight and he'll have a bag of fucking Wendy's or Burger King with him, and he'll just stand in my doorway and look at me, and I'll be like, "Oh man, what happened, bro?" He's like, "Well, nothing, man." I said, "What are you staring at me for, bitch?" He's like, "Cause I'm just contemplating shit," and I said, "You're scaring me. Get the fuck out of my face."
Either shoot out Wendy's or Burger King or get out my face.
No fucking shit. You got hot food in that bag. If you ain't eating it, something's up.
Right? True story.
He's hilarious. Yeah, goddamn right. It's a true story.
Trust me, I got siblings that are just like that. Like, can we not fight today? Oh, we're fighting today? Okay, I guess we're getting to a fight today.
Is that what we're doing today, man? Fuck this life, man.
For real.
So yeah, you talking about the way that pornography affects people. It's pretty profound.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I will admit that, like, because I think I said I stopped watching porn. Something happened to me for me to stop watching porn. Oh, I was talking to a colleague, and he blew my mind because he's a psychologist, and like it's like, you know what? Done with porn, not watching that no more. Because he came in my office. He literally just came in my office and said, "Tico, do you watch porn?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "What kind of porn do you like?" I go, "I would say women on women. Depending on the angles, I might watch, guy and girl, depending on the angles. If the angles don't show too much of the guy, basically, and it's mainly all women, I
Yeah.
watch that." And then he goes to me, "I'm going to blow your mind with this." I go, "Okay, I'm listening." He goes, "In a roundabout way, if you watch guy on girl porn, you're gay to a certain extent." I go, "You know what? I'm done with porn. Fuck this shit. I'm over." Porn's done. It's like, I'm done. Like, thanks for ruining that for me. I literally stopped watching porn after that incident.
That's a very common psychological trope that motherfuckers use on people. Very common.
Yeah, he used it on me, and I was like, you know what? Done. Not watching porn no more. Haven't watched porn shit. Have not seen any porn since I was pissed. I was like,
That's great. Oh God,
yeah.
that's great. Yeah, man. I think when you think about what's going on out in the world, and you start analyzing the dichotomous views that these people hold with one another, and they're supposed to be in the same fucking camp, right? Don't look at me. My eyes are up here. Believe all women, yada, yada, yada. But then you go to the other side of their ideology. They are the ones that fought tooth and nail to legalize the killing of children.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're legalizing to kill kids after birth. They're pushing to kill kids after birth.
Oh, they already done. They're in New York now.
Well, New York and Virginia with Northam.
Yeah.
Fucking Ralph Northam. These people should be executed.
Oh,
I'm not all about fucking murdering people because I disagree with them. But when you advocate and sign into law that you can kill people based on a certain time in their life, it's insane.
Yeah, definitely.
It's insane. And they're all going for it. And porn falls right into that shit. Porn is a moral and ethical softener.
Definitely.
Once you accept the idea of that, you have accepted the decay of your morals and your ethics.
Very true.
If you had any to begin with, most people don't.
Well, for example, do you think there's any care and love involved in your throat fucking someone to puke up?
Say that again, brother.
Right?
Do you think there's any love or care involved when you try to make the bitch throw up?
It's hard to say.
That's what the porn is teaching. All this kind of abusive porn and slap them around.
Oh yeah. To make men more violent and associate violence with sex. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
The sad part about that, the fact that women always talk against stuff like that. Women are into that type of stuff.
Yeah, they're full of shit. I mean,
they watch majority of the rape porn, they watch majority of the incest porn, and they watch majority of the They pretty much watch ghetto gaggers too. Now that I think about it, the one that Tren was talking about the other day.
Yeah, they do all of that shit.
Yeah,
ghetto gaggers, and they'll sit there and they'll tell you straight up, no, we don't believe in that kind of shit, blah blah blah. But then you walk in their house and they've got 50 Shades of Grey on the shelf.
Right.
So don't tell me that shit because you're lying to me. You're absolutely fucking lying. And if you ever saw that movie, I never saw the movie, but I read enough about it and saw enough of the little snippets and shit to realize that the guy was a sadomasochist, which, hey, I can get my sadomasochist on, but I just don't mess with the shit anymore. It's way, way, way too dangerous.
Yeah.
And these folks out here absolutely want that to happen. They just don't want it to be forced on them. They want this fantasy that's almost not a fantasy. They want the fucking high, the exhilaration that comes with it. They want to control it too. They're playing with fire.
Yeah, like I was saying about my one friend, the one that was telling me about all this shit that she wants done for her. She said her fantasy. I had two friends that told me their crazy fantasies, and the one told me, and when I say that sounds like a personal problem to me, because I ain't no problem. She literally told me that she wants a man that's going to handcuff her, hands behind her back, ball gag her, put nipple clamps on her, blindfold her, put a vibrating butt plug in her butt, and pull her hair and spank her ass while she's playing with a toy and he's basically pounding her pussy basically.
Yeah, well, I'm going out on a limb here and saying that she's probably got some daddy issues.
I'm going to say you're right. 100% right. She has a lot. It's a lot more than daddy issues. It's mommy and daddy issues.
I agree 100%. You know, people will get to the point in their lives where if they can't get any type of spiritual or emotional satisfaction and they cannot unwind the ball of neurosis between their ears, they will take anything that they can get, even if it's fucking pain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, matter of fact, she's pretty much the stereotypical woman that we talk about in the manosphere. She has multiple tattoos. She's a single mother. She's 40 something.
You just explained 90% of the vegan community.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, you ain't shitting.
Kind of tattoos, and like I basically said, she's basically the stereotypical one we always talks about that hits a certain age. And the sad part about, I remember her talking to me. She goes to me, "Well, Tico, I couldn't date you because you're a bad boy." I go, "I'm a bad boy that doesn't get caught by the law because I have a lawyer on retainer, unlike your man." It's like if I'm getting arrested, my lawyer's already going to meet me at the place, and I'm going to be free before I even get in there. So like that's really how your man was stupid enough not to do that, and he's stupid enough to spend money on stupid shit. So, you know, there's a difference between spending money on Jordans and having a retainer. You ain't got to talk about my man like. Well, he's stupid.
I just think you got to be real. You just got to be real honest with her, you know, and tell her straight, you know, no, you probably couldn't date me, not because I'm a bad boy, but because it meets your fucking expectations and you fall in love with me, bitch, and then I got to scratch you off me like a flea.
Yeah, really. And no, in my case, I'd literally have to make her. I would have to put her in a safe house, and you know, she'd be like in witness protection program because of the woman I'm dating now.
Yeah, you'd be taking care of her. Yeah, yeah, right on. I mean, she would be your out in the open fucking gimp.
Yeah, like I couldn't even the woman I'm dating now, I couldn't even get away with that shit. I would need a safe house. I would need to put her in witness protection program. I would have to change her name multiple times and shit like that. Like I can't do that. Like
there's a reason that people go MIGTOW, brother, and you're describing it.
Yeah, literally. The woman I'm dating now is like, because I think you heard about it. Like I always say, look, like what y'all don't understand about me is I would be a MIGTOW monk right now if I didn't take my black ass to Tijuana. If I never stepped foot in Tijuana, I would be a MIGTOW monk right now. And people always laugh at me. They go, "What do you mean?" I go, "Well," and I've told the story multiple times. Like I was dating a woman at first, and we broke up because she kept on buying me expensive shit. And I told her not to buy me expensive shit, so we broke up. Short story. So basically, I went back to Tijuana to visit friends in Tijuana, and she found out I was there. And let's just put it this way: her dad's a very dangerous man, and she decided that she wanted to get back with me, so she'll bring like three SUVs with 3 black SUVs with men in it with guns, and she decided that she wanted to kidnap me. So
that's outstanding, brother.
Yeah, like so
where's the party? Right? That's outstanding.
They loaded up a truck of her father's men, and they came and get my black ass, and I was basically forced to get in the car. Basically, now the sad part about that, I didn't get in the car because in typical Tico fashion is like, no, I'm not getting in the car. We broke up a long time ago. She goes, get in the car, or I'm going to trunk your ass. I go, well, like you want the trunk, nigga? Like literally, like you want the trunk, nigga? And I literally got trunked. And it was like,
that's great.
Like I wasn't great. I was calling her bluff because I knew she wasn't going to shoot me, because she told me at one point, get in the car before I shoot your brains out. I go, you ain't shooting me. You ain't drive all the way down here with all these people just to shoot at me. You obviously in love with me, and you're not going to shoot me. She goes, fuck, you're right. Get in the car, or get in the car, or else. I was like, or else what? Or I'm going to put you in the trunk. Okay, like you're not the trunk, nigga.
I'll have these boys of mine tenderize your ass.
It's like, yeah, they literally did. One hit me over the head, the other one put a bag over my head, the other one zip tied me and put me in the trunk.
I told you.
It's like I was not like I was pushing my limits. I know I was pushing my limits, and it's one of those things where I thought about it as I'm riding back with them. I was like, you know what? I probably went a little too far this time. I probably went a little too damn far this time. I probably should.
I never even heard that story, and I told you.
Huh?
I said I never even heard that story, and I told you.
Right? I probably went a little too far this time, and like we got back to the car, we got back to the house, and they let me out and they cut me loose, and I'm jumping out of the car, and I'm pissed off as hell because I can't believe she put me in the fucking trunk. Because like I can't believe it, but it's one of those things where in the back of my mind, like because she loved me, I can't believe she put me in the trunk type thing. So we get in the house. Her dad goes, "Oh, Tico, so happy to see you. You're back with my daughter again." "No, sir, your daughter freaking kidnapped me." He's like, whoa, calm down, calm down, calm down. What's going on? Daughter came up with guns with these guys. She kidnapped my black ass, sir. She kidnapped my black ass. Right? So he's like, so he looks at her. He goes, "Is this true?" She goes, "Yeah." And she's looking at the ground. She goes, "You can't kidnap boyfriends. Like kidnap the guy that I don't like. I like Tico. And to be honest, my name is Kwanzaa. Like I like Kwanzaa. Don't kidnap Kwanzaa. He's a lovely guy. Like I like him. I like his character. He doesn't use you like the other guys were trying to use you, and like because you got money. Like don't kidnap him. Be nice to him." It's like so. Like we're talking, and he goes, "I'm so sorry this happened, son. I wish we." I was like, he's like, "I wish he was under burden circumstances, and I wish you were dating my daughter again, and I'm sorry that this happened to you." So he goes, "I'm gonna get you a ride back to your hotel." "Thank you, sir." So one of his men rode me back to my hotel, and I found out that night that I actually had a sexual fantasy of being kidnapped. So the rest is history. Now we have kids, and we've been together for a very long time now because I have a sexual fantasy of being kidnapped now.
Who told you that kidnapping don't work? Look what happened.
Mm-hmm. And to be honest, not all men are going to be into that. Just some. Mainly men that are probably as crazy as me.
Oh God, I gotta go find me a bitch to kidnap now so she can fall in love with me and have kids.
Well, no, I got kidnapped. She didn't get kidnapped. I got kidnapped. So it's one of those
If it works for you, it'll work for me, man. Don't suppress me.
You would have to be kidnapped, Hammerhand, not her. You might end up on
Hear about that shit on the fucking news. And then down in Kentucky, we got an interesting case.
Yeah, I'm out to call back. I'm out to call, and I actually have to bail you out of jail at that point. Like, okay, nobody got to hear about this. Nobody got to hear about this, Hammer.
Bro, I don't think they set bail for shit like that. So yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like I found out that I actually have a fantasy of being kidnapped by a woman.
That's a fucking whack.
Yeah.
No disrespect, but damn.
Yeah. So now we've been together for this long now, and we have multiple children.
How long you been with her? How long you been with her?
I think it's 13 years.
Well, I guess it was worth it, you know? I mean, if somebody went and trunked me up, I might fall in love with him too.
Well, at least somebody else agrees with me. When MIGTOW in the window over there in the comment section would tell me, "You're crazy. You're dating a crazy bitch."
Well, yeah. It's not fucking normal. So, yeah. Hello.
You're trying to get in the stream and keep falling out the stream. You in now?
Yeah, I'm in. Yeah, I'm in, man. I got a phone call. I clicked out of the stream by accident, and I joined my phone originally. I was like, "Oh fuck!" Did I join right? What's up, man?
What's up,
Hammerhand, man? I'm
Sir.
Man, I watch you all the time, Hammerhand. What's up?
Nice to see you, my friend. How are you doing?
Doing good.
I kept trying to promise Tico that one of these goddamn days I'm gonna get in on one of these streams, man. But he always catches me when I'm driving.
Yeah, I bet you drive a lot.
I drive a lot.
Let me see what Wen's doing, so you can actually hear his voice, so we can laugh at him.
Yeah. Do it.
He's in the comment section, so you can get a glimpse of what he sounds like, so you're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, he does sound like that, Tico." I think Amanely's been in. Amanely and BillyTheGoat's been in live streams with him.
Is Load in there?
Amanely Load's up you up to your right.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Billy is right above you up to your left.
Bang.
He changed it to the pipe and then the glasses. Hey,
no disrespect.
None taken. It's all right.
I'm at it.
Look at that, man. We just said hello and go.
Was that you? Was that you and Manly, or was that him that did? That's like, wait, you changed your avatar to a goat with glasses, and I blew it up, and he's like, I was like, oh, God.
That's some bad timing right there, man.
And yeah, because I made him a solo, and I put it like this, and he goes, bah. Like, Okay.
Beautiful. That's just bad timing.
It's like, right.
Oh, goddamn. So what's up, gentlemen? What's up? What y'all want to discuss? What you want to talk about?
I think it's just awesome that nothing more awesome than a man with a shaved head and a beard.
Bruh, I love my shaved. Man, I've been bald since I was 18.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I know guys that were like that.
I came home one day. I went out when I was 17 years old, you know, and I got this amazing fucking flat top. It was amazing. It was amazing. And I maintained it. And 3 months later, I noticed that the fucking center of that bitch was missing. And I said, no, I ain't going that way. I'm not going to have a fucking skullet, so I'm just going to shave it.
Skullet. Wait a minute. What? Is
A
that
skullet. It's a reverse mullet. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, I never heard of
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, it's called a fucking skullet. Yeah. We know where you get male pattern baldness. That's called a fucking skullet,
Like
man.
Hank Hogan.
Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, like Hulk Hogan. Yeah. Yeah, just like Hulk Hogan.
Gotcha.
He was so fucked up about having a fucking skullet. He had it written into his contract that nobody could rip off his bandana except him. Because it could be perceived as like insulting or demeaning or belittling, which it probably would have been. But still, funny shit.
But probably still his balls is that all the testosterone those wrestlers take, you know.
Oh yeah, when you're puffing steroids into your body for 30 years, or you're taking HGH. I mean, he might not be doing actual hardcore anabolics anymore, but he's doing HGH to maintain that size. So yeah, absolutely, it wouldn't surprise me.
That fucking pregnant man pregnancy gut.
Yeah, you get fat that develops on your body like a woman would develop breasts, or belly fat or ass fat. Yeah, absolutely. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if you found out that he was running up in the hospital and having somebody lipo that shit off of him. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
That's what happens all the time. That bodybuilder that died a few years ago, I think he was like Rich Tiano.
Rich Tiano. Yeah.
Fucking kitchen sink, you asshole.
Whatever. Yeah. Whatever, asshole. You love this asshole.
I appreciate the offer, but no thank you. I prefer not.
Pause.
I mean, people that aspire to have a body like that, there's something that's not quite right. That these folks, they don't look like that, man. Nobody looks like that without a lot of help.
Oh yeah, and that's when they get old. Like Arnold had to get off, even Arnold. But I don't. Sylvester Stallone might kill himself. He's just trying to be ripped at fucking 75 years old or older. I don't know, like exact age.
I got other aspirations.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and getting kidnapped and getting kidnapped ain't one of them.
Whatever.
No, I can't say that I ever get a fucking kidnapping boner. It's never happened to me. So
you're not a woman, shit.
Hang on, perp.
Look, if you're getting kidnapped, you're gotta be doing something fucking wrong, man.
Should I be kidnapped 5 times in my life? I told you.
Okay, I'm checking out of this fucking stream. I'm leaving. I don't want to talk to you because you're a fucking psycho.
Look. The only reason I piss people off, I piss freaking women off, is so that the test to see if they're gonna kill me or not.
No.
I never pissed anybody off for it to happen to me. It just happened, basically.
They just do that with the court system. They don't need a gun or a knife.
Yeah, I typically, like, depending on what country I go, depending on the countries I went to, I've been kidnapped in multiple different countries.
Look, I pissed like I was trolling the Latina and it backfired.
I broke the one time was her, and another time was actually a rival cartel that actually kidnapped me. I've actually been kidnapped by the U.S. government twice. I've been kidnapped by the Albanian mafia once.
Did I talk about aliens once too?
You just instead of getting kidnapped, Tico, we need to stage an intervention or some shit.
You're saying a kidnapping intervention?
Yeah, like
that would be fucking interesting.
I've been kidnapped by the what?
Hold on a second, Mr. Albanian, carload full of thugs. We're going to intervene on this man's behalf. Give us a few seconds.
Right?
Hey, you need to go to Kidnapped Anonymous or some shit. Hello,
Yeah,
I'm Tico. Hi,
You could
Tico,
start a
and I got
hotline.
a fetish for being kidnapped.
Kidnappy
I don't have a
Anonymous.
fetish for it. It's like basically when you like a good
It's a
example of that is
fetish.
like typically. Well, no, it's not really a fetish because the last few, well, the two cartel ones and the mafia one, basically that was bad proxy, and I was actually arguing with somebody that was actually in the Albanian mafia, and that's how I ended up in that one, um, that incident. But uh, the other, they didn't really they weren't really bad pan outs. Basically, like when I got kidnapped by the U.S. government, it's one of them things because how can I put it nicely? I'm on the what's it called list?
Watch
Uh,
list.
no, the what's the name of that?
Tur.
No, when you're intelligent. What the fuck is the name of it?
Mensa.
Mensa. I'm on Mensa. So apparently, I have a gift of like I can look at something for a long time, and I can actually reverse engineer it.
Oh, same thing I do with engines.
So
Yeah,
like I can look at a
there's
cell
nothing wrong with
phone.
that.
I can look at a cell phone or a fighter jet or anything, pretty much anything. I may not
Any,
be able to do it personally, but I can tell people how to put it back together or make one, basically. So
hey,
the
look,
reason why I was actually kidnapped by the U.S. government because I ended up in a country apparently where Chopper was actually shot down. So I got questioned heavily when I got back about that, basically. So it was one of those things where it's like I came into customs basically normally, and I got ushered off to a room, and they questioned me for like
punch
hours,
out.
hours on end, basically. So it's one of those things where it's like, anytime I go to a country that like has any beef against like the United States, and let's just say a piece of their equipment gets shot down, I typically like I don't even have to be there when it gets shot down. Basically, they basically want to know if I actually gave away any. If they took me to a room and basically asked me, "How do you reverse engineer this?" Basically, so it's one of those
Yeah.
things where I got kidnapped because of that reason.
It's
Hey,
Um,
fucking
look.
amazing.
Hey, Tico,
um,
how do you end up on a Mensa list so I don't end up on it myself?
Well, the mental list is that's just basically for if you're smart, you basically take the you
You
basically take the test.
voluntarily put yourself there. Yeah.
You voluntarily
Oh,
put yourself on
yes,
there.
you volunteer. Okay, I won't be voluntarily putting my ass there. Fuck that shit.
Well, well, yeah,
No, no, and no. I think
it's
what
such
I'm
a
going to
nice
do right
quality of life.
now is I'm gonna enjoy the high profile visibility that I just gained through my CIA spy device. I'm gonna leave the stream because
Hey,
I don't
look.
want to get fucking
Damn.
kidnapped tomorrow.
You're not gonna get kidnapped,
Hey,
but like
look.
You've
people
been
I
do
mean,
kidnapped
like
5 fucking times, man.
well,
hey, hey, look. I've been with.
only like twice by one government, but the rest of them was like by like criminal organizations basically. So it's like one of those
Yeah,
things.
yeah,
Hey,
sure,
look,
sure.
look.
Working for the government.
I do not work for the
Mm-mm-mm.
government.
If it makes you feel
I
any
work for
better,
mercenary, but I
if
don't
it
work for
makes
the
you
government.
feel any better,
I was a
I've actually
security
met.
operator,
I've
basically.
act,
I don't work for the
yeah.
government.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Hammerhand, if it makes you feel any better, I've actually met Tico, and I have yet to be kidnapped.
Um, while I appreciate your gesture, it don't make me feel better.
Hey, look,
Because that's like
I've known him
somebody
for.
saying
I've
to me,
known.
you see that savage fucking dog over there that's chewing on that ham bone? If it makes you feel good, he only eats ham bones.
If it makes you feel any, if it
That's the
makes
only
you
time I
feel
get
any
kicked
better, this
like
dog, he's friendly. This one's friendly. Hey, Milo,
sleep right now, obviously. He's like,
he's
you just
I
friendly.
mean,
Oh.
goddamn.
you just woke me up for
If
this.
it- yeah, I woke you up for this. Yes, I am an asshole.
But yeah,
That's
Y'all be
like,
up
great.
here.
yeah, but like, yeah, that's like the only time. That's the only time that I get. So now I avoid like countries like that, so I won't be picked up or questioned, basically. So it's one
That's
of those.
that's
Yeah,
very
I avoid.
smart. It's very
Yeah, so like
smart.
now
Very
I don't go to
smart.
countries. Like anytime I travel, I make sure like, do they have any beef with the United States? No. Okay, I'm going. Do they have any beef with the United States? Yes. Okay, I'm going over here. And then it's like I'm not going there.
Hey, look,
Typically, I
I
avoid
try
countries where
to.
they have like they're war torn or the
Hey,
United States
man.
was there at one
You
point
know
down there.
how I don't get kidnapped? I actively avoid not walking on military bases.
Well, I don't walk on
Hell, I
military
mean,
bases. I merely like go through like the normal checks like at the airport, and like next thing you know it, like I'm going through like security, and like before I can even finish going to the metal detector, before I even get to the metal detector, there's already guys in suits ready to usher me off to the room in the back, basically. So I never even get to walk to the metal detector.
Look, man, you know the real reason. It's because you're black. That's it.
I wouldn't say all that, but
It's good. No, it's because you're black. It's because you're
I
black. They
wouldn't say all
fucking
that.
hate
I
you.
wouldn't say
They
all
hate
that.
you.
Yeah.
That would just be a cop out. But I actually know why it's happening, and it's like typically one of those things like there's like one of those. It's one of those things like, do I even want to go home? It's like,
Why bother? You're going to get kidnapped before you get there.
so I basically just avoid countries that are just having turmoil and stuff like that, and where shit accidentally happens, and it's like, I don't want no part of that. Like the one time I was actually supposed to visit a country last year, and something happened with a chopper or something like that, or some type of piece of equipment, and I was like, you know what? I'm sorry, I can't come visit you.
Damn.
Like, and it's like, so I live life based on if shit happens in that country, basically. And I typically stick to the countries where I ain't got to worry about it, like my own, Costa Rica, United States, Canada, Colombia, Jamaica. I typically stick to those ones. So it's like one of those things where it's like I try my best to like avoid getting myself into stuff unnecessarily, basically.
God damn. Tico, you really need to, like I said, you maybe should have another kid, Tico. That might change it. That might.
I'm done. That was the last one. Sati was the very last child we're having. We're done.
Oh, I'm enjoying the hell out of this. I'm sorry. Aaron. I just enjoy it.
You need to have a child, smart ass.
No, I don't. The hell I do. I've been doing the hell I do need to have a child. Look here, Tico. The only way they're gonna get me is if I lose a bet, I get kidnapped and chloroformed, and I ain't going down without a fight.
Hey, sometimes you think that, do you realize there's a fight? There's some fights that you don't want to take, and there's some fights that you like. Because trust me, there's been times when I've actually fought against like my own good, better judgment and actually walked out of it. Then there's certain things where I actually notice, like, you know what? If I do something, I don't have a chance of coming out of here alive, or I have a chance of barely making this out of here alive. So I typically take the better option. Basically, is usually what I do.
That's the point.
Yeah, I usually take the better option for all intents and purposes.
Look, if I'm getting kidnapped, and there's no chance of me being alive, and a chick really wants me, I ain't coming out of this situation alive. You know, I ain't trying to come out of it alive.
Well, see, the problem with that, Wendy, is I had my 2 daughters at the time that I still had to take care of, and I loved dearly. So I still had to make it back home to my daughters.
I ain't got no kids.
Yeah, my point is actually, sometimes you actually got to bite the bullet and not try to be big tough man on campus, and not like, try to fight your way out of shit.
I'm not trying to be big tough man. I'm not trying to be big tough man. I know I'm not tough.
If I didn't have that, trust me. If at the time when
the outcome,
the time when that happened, if Kieran and Deshari wasn't so young, and I didn't have them, trust me, that'd have been a whole nother story. That'd have been a way different story. Y'all probably wouldn't even be talking to me right now. I'd probably be one of them mini bodies grounded more ass.
You can't kill Tico. That's just not right, man. Don't fucking kill Tico.
Yeah, I would have never made it. I would have never made it to any of these streams at that point. Because like I
kill Tico.
Even though I joke about it, I said I'd probably be making content from the grave if I die.
Shit, man, if it wasn't for, like I said, I'd probably taken a short drink down a long river.
Oh, you're simple.
Okay. That's called a bath, man. It's called a bath.
No. Yeah, that's one hell of a bath. That'd be the final bath.
You get to take a bath. Water. Just take the bath.
That means you swallow a lot of water down that river, basically.
Gentlemen, it takes me about 14 minutes to pull my dick out, so I got to go to the bathroom. I'm going to get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Y'all have a wonderful night. I'm slow, bitches. I'm sorry. I'm slow.
I understand. I'm getting old too, so I feel you.
Y'all have a good night. It's nice to check in here. I know what streams I never have to attend again. This has been beneficial. So, fuck everybody in this stream.
No, thank you.
I love all of y'all,
but no, thank you.
I ain't trying to get fucking kidnapped. I don't want to be in this bitch getting kidnapped over my phone. No.
You're not.
Hey, look.
Good Lord.
I appreciate the gesture, but no thank you, Hammerhand.
Well, thank you, sir. I had to extend myself just a little bit. I appreciate all of you men. I really do. But I got to go drain the vein and do some shit because I think I'm going to be on a live here in about an hour. So nice. I'm going to jump.
Fuck, that light's bright.
Thanks. I don't know about what bright light.
I'm
You
serious.
in peg game? How
Right.
about checkers?
I got a
No fucking light bright. Let's do checkers.
Right.
I got a Stanley floodlight that I found on the side of the road. You should see it on my video I just uploaded.
I saw it from here.
I saw it in the right for real.
It was fucking bright. Your pain it translates to me, man. I mean, I feel your pain.
Yeah, I accidentally stepped on the trigger and it shined a bright light.
That's fucking great. Old boy sitting there off camera, fucking blinding himself.
That's big on the win for you. That's big on the win for you.
That's fucking great. Gentlemen, it was my pleasure checking in, man. When Tico, I'll try to catch you on another one, and thanks for being here. All you other gentlemen. Peace, guys. Peace.
Peace.
All right.
Too funny. I'm glad he actually stopped in. Yeah, we're talking about sexual. We talked about sexual how sexuality basically ruins society. Basically, that was actually pretty funny. That's funny as fuck.
What's left of society? You mean what's left, right?
Well, how is destroyed society and how has left us like in a state of what we're in now, basically. Was the topic. Okay, consider more eloquently, but okay, we'll run with that.
When have you known me? When have I been known for eloquence?
I know, I'm just joking with you. I was being a smart ass. Go ahead, Amanely.
Well, you all know about the state or county, what is it, in Germany called Weimar after World War I or II, was it?
Uh-huh.
It had become the sexual deprived capital of the world. Mm-hmm. But now, if you take how bad Weimar is now, and look what feminism and the alphabet soup mafia have done to society, they basically turned all Western society.
That is some hell of a cool.
Weimar.
Go ahead, Amanely.
No, they've actually.
That is some hell of Kool-Aid. That is some hell of Kool-Aid.
When? Let them finish. Go ahead, Amanely.
No, because if you look at Weimar, it was the sexual. As I say, it was the most sexually deprived city or country or county in history. Not recorded history, because I think the Egyptians and the Babylonians took it to the next level. But and if you look at that individual time and that community, it's basically what Western society has become today. A sexually deprived, sexually confused, sexually dominated society. And look,
sexually manipulated too.
Yeah. Everything's sex. Sex sells, and now sex is even selling to kids now.
Uh-huh. Matter of fact, I've seen a car commercial with a woman dressed sexually suggestive just to sell a car in trucks. And it's like getting real ridiculous. I mean, I understood the beer back in the day, but like kitchen appliances now, lady, really? That's what we doing now? It's like we can't even sell the kitchen appliances based on its features. Like a good example, I seen a refrigerator. Now, normally, if you just see a refrigerator by itself, you would think to yourself, I would like that refrigerator. That's a nice refrigerator. Like most logical people would think, that sounds like a nice refrigerator. Don't have to open it. Don't have to waste energy, stuff like that. So typically what this refrigerator did, it has an LED in which you tap it. You can only see what's in it without opening it. So you can see what you got to go buy and restock at the store. So what they did was put a woman in a very, very sexually suggestive woman in the ad just to do this. It'd be one thing if you did like Vanna White, but they put like literally damn near a half-naked woman in here just so they could sell you a refrigerator that you would have already bought without the sexual woman being there. Or you would aspire to buy if you couldn't afford it, that is. So,
I found it that it was the Weimar Republic, 1918 between 1929. So I'm talking almost 100 years ago. It's literally repeating itself.
True.
And it was 100 years ago.
So it's basically like the Sodom and Gomorrah of his day.
Oh, yeah.
So if people want to find this out, it's Weimar, Weimar, Nazi Germany.
Oh, so it's actually back in Nazi Germany days. Holy crap!
Yep.
Wow, that's interesting. You would think they had a hold over that or a grasp on that one, unless they were using it so they can actually, support the race, the master race. I'm guessing is what they probably did it for.
Well, they invaded it because Weimar descended into complete sexual depravity.
Let's see, the blind man. Wow.
Weimar, Nazi Germany, yeah. It was under Zionist control, and they completely destroyed culture. And it was basically just a massive sex hotbed.
Damn, that sucks.
Well, that's definitely an interesting process.
Yeah, and the same thing's happening today. I mean, you look at OnlyFans; they're all the modern day prostitutes.
True.
Pornhub, X-Hamster, whoever it is.
Yep.
They've all got their own live streaming thing, and not all a decently averagely hot woman could just log on and earn a bit of money.
Just by breathing.
Yep.
And
I mean,
like,
look at that Belle Delphine, some skinny piece of mind control stuff, and everybody's dropping to the knees.
like I said, I look here and I see it. I don't see the point to pay some freaking sorry ass individual my money when I got porn at the cost of my phone bill.
I agree with you 100%, but there's not everybody has the same.
I think about that with Hollywood, let alone porn.
Well, you also have to take situation too, because I realized that when we were talking about it, like, it's think of it like the from other people's standpoint, like people want different types of experiences when it comes to sex or some type of relationship.
Yeah.
Like typically the reason why incels gravitate towards Twitch thoughts or OnlyFans is because they feel as though that they got that special connection to that woman. So they feel as though they have that relationship that they normally wouldn't get with regular porn. So that's the part that you're actually missing in that behavior.
That sounds like some 90s stalker shit. Some voyeurism.
You're right, mate.
And technically, it's not stalker behavior. It would fall under voyeurism.
Yeah, but they're also, because of the wonder of the internet, they've also got that chance of, look, she might actually look at me, she might actually see me, I might actually exist.
And the sad part about that is what a lot of people miss about that is it's not the fact that she's just getting naked or half naked. It's the fact that they give them that girlfriend experience type thing.
Yeah.
So it's sad, but it's so true, and that's basically why they engage in the mess that they engage in the messes that they engage into online when it comes to that. So it's all for a connection. It's basically like if you date a hooker just for the girlfriend experience.
This technology is gonna fuck a lot of people up.
It's a form of codependency.
Yeah, this technology is gonna fuck a lot of these kids growing up. As soon as they turn adult, this technology is gonna make a lot of problems.
It's already done its damage. I mean, you get on a rush hour bus or a rush hour tram, and you look around you. How many people have got their head stuck in the phone?
True.
How many people are talking to each other? They're not stuck in the phone. It's already done its damage.
For real. Like I told you many times, I've had to stop goofy ass college kids from walking across the street while they're looking at their phone in the middle of oncoming traffic.
Hey, you should have let them. It's like thinning the herd.
I agree.
I did the last few.
Did it work?
Yeah.
Did they
didn't die? No, they didn't die, unfortunately. One got broken bones. Went over. Remember I told a story about the one going over the hood of the car.
Yes.
And I stepped over her body.
Hey. Oh well.
Shouldn't have been looking at a phone.
Right.
I agree.
Like when I'm walking to and from my truck, my phone's either in the truck or my back pocket. Because I don't feel like getting, like I said, some of these truck drivers through these truck stops drive well above 15, 25 miles an hour. Well the fuck above. So if you don't got your P's and Q's around your surroundings in a truck stop, You're gonna get ready to get tackled by a 2002 by a freaking a linebacker that's rated at 80,000 pounds.
You're going to be an asphalt pancake.
Literally.
Hey, look here, I got
hood
the syrup.
on a
Hey, look,
Mack truck horn ornament.
yep. I got the syrup. I got barbecue sauce.
I thought that barbecue sauce for you if your truck catches on fire.
That is it makes a nice marinade for when somebody decides to get flat by a semi truck.
I get affected by seeing someone in pain or something in pain. So a few years ago, I went on 4chan to try and watch all these gore pictures and all these kind of disgusting videos to try and desensitize myself. And I literally watched people's skulls explode and pop like a balloon under a lorry wheel. I mean, this stuff's real, man. I mean, seriously, you see the wheel go over someone's head and it just covers like a straight line across the road.
Shit, they got crash videos that shows what happens in a truck tractor trailer rollover as it's rolling down the mountain. You hit everything.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah, they're usually it's that cringe. It is like and these motherfuckers drive without the seatbelt and talking on the phone. You deserve everything you fucking get.
Damn. We don't want one's deranged after else.
I've seen women driving with their elbows, putting the makeup on Remden Island.
They deserve it.
I've seen women do that with their knees or their legs.
Yeah.
Shit. I've seen women on a cell phone, women fucking with the makeup, fucking using their fucking cell phones as a fucking mirror.
I've seen that.
You should the shit you see in a semi truck. Hell, I've been flashed, and I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, I'll take it.
Now let's send Mr. Forma a link.
Hey, Mr. Forma, welcome. Keep coming back. It works when you're working.
We're gonna finish this out pretty soon anyway, so I'm pretty sure BillyTheGoat want to go to bed pretty soon, and Amanely want to go to bed pretty soon.
Oh shit, man! It's fucking nearly 2:00.
I can't do shit.
I wasn't looking at the time.
I remembered. I was like, wait a minute. He said it when we started. It was 10:00. It's like about 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock ish.
Hey, look, I can't do shit till Monday anyway. Hey, look, just send the link, not the kitchen sink, Tico.
Whatever, smart Alec.
You expect anything less?
Oh, you're still at work. Oh, never mind then. I guess we're gonna do outros then, so we can have BillyTheGoat so he go to bed, so we can actually, because it's a school night for them,
Oh no!
Oh, you want to have some more? We can continue then.
Well, I'm doing a bit of work while listening at the same time.
Oh, okay. You're good to go then. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Who needs sleep?
Okay.
I got coffee.
Because I didn't know. Because I know y'all take y'all children to school. Literally, take y'all children to school.
Well,
I ain't got no children, so I ain't got to worry about.
I just put mine in the car with their older sisters, and they drive them to school.
Yeah. I ain't like that. I just then again I ain't got kids, so I'm good.
Yeah, and me and MIGTOW in the window like school. Fuck that.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought no, you don't have children. That's right. No, you have children, Amanely, don't you?
No, I'm not as well.
That's Billy.
I'm not as well because I'm
just me.
Yes, you.
I've been raised by women and they're more grown-up children. So
shit, I got knuckle children.
You're all grown-up children, right?
Hey, look, shit, I got knuckle children.
Knuckle children.
This guy.
Shit. I got fucking.
All right, let's stay on topic, guys. New topic. Since we're all up and we're talking about random things, anybody want to delve in on a topic that they came across lately?
Oh fuck!
Or something that happened that we could dive into, red pill style?
I don't watch the news. I haven't seen the news in 2009.
You don't just have to see the news for this. You can I'm pretty sure you can come. I'm pretty sure you heard something, read something, or came across something.
I've got things to moan about, but I wouldn't say fucking.
Shit.
It's
I
stuff
like
we
him.
already know.
Here we
It's stuff.
go.
It's stuff we already know. You know, like all these mask-wearing fucking invalids.
Oh yeah, true.
You know, it's
Yeah,
stuff we've already
I
discovered
literally,
already.
I just literally walked into this fucking store about 9 times within the past 9, 10 times today without a fucking mask on. Nobody
Nice.
said
They ain't
shit
say
to me.
anything.
They ain't say shit.
You're probably like, oh fuck it.
Yeah.
It's him again. It's him again. He's probably using the
So-
bathroom.
See, in the UK, it's even more frustrating for me because there's none of this cultural. You need to wear a mask. People are not going around like
That's Yam. I got shit. Yam's calling me.
All right, see ya.
in the UK, they're not like pointing across the road and going, "You need to wear a mask." Yet everybody's still wearing one.
Well,
I just worry about somebody yelling about somebody not wearing a mask or something.
They don't even fucking work anyway. But that's not the point.
I
It's
know.
the fact that
Yeah, I
the-
agree.
It's the fact that people are just listening to the government and wearing a mask, and and now it's pushing a culture where everybody's got to start wearing a mask inside because the more people do it, the more push it's going to give a, it's the more whack they've got to make it a law.
I saw that as
Law.
the school was at first saying, not at first, but like a couple of weeks ago, it was saying that people need to be turning up with masks on, and only so many were. But in the last week, those that weren't wearing a mask are now suddenly wearing masks. So they're pressured into it, I suppose.
Yeah.
Can I tell you something that's a little bit, I thought was a bit eek. I saw someone pick up, because a lot of people are littering their masks on the road. Well,
Yeah.
I find quite a lot of them on the road. And I saw someone pick one up and was like, I could use that. Give it a bit of a wash, it'll be good as new.
Wow, that is some nasty stuff right there.
It's
That's just as bad as one of somebody else's draws.
like the homeless people around here. They go around picking up all the fag ends, trying to make a cigarette out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it.
It's like the same kind of thing.
I couldn't even do that either.
There was an article about what that Baywatch star, who since leaving her ex-partner has been spotted homeless, raiding out the bins for food and clothes.
Pamela Anderson?
No, not Pamela Anderson. I'm pretty sure it wasn't her, but it was one of the female cast. Definitely Baywatch, so you can find it pretty easily.
I think I'll look that up now.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Carmen Electra or Pamela Anderson. What was the other one? I can't remember.
Homeless Baywatch star.
Yeah, I'll see if I can quickly find it.
Jeremy left her Baywatch star Jeremy Jackson. Jeremy Jackson's missing ex-wife. Okay, so it's his ex-wife that's missing.
Yeah, that's right, missing.
She was seen like foraging stuff. Matter of fact, I'm gonna pull that up. Matter of fact, I'm gonna bust out the video and play it. Okay, she played that chick. Okay, got it. There we go. Let me see if I can bust out a bigger screen of that.
Marcus DeVille. Celebrities get me out of here.
You said celebrities get me what?
No, that's me. Celebrity in the dumpster. Celebrity get me out of here. Celebrity in the dumpster.
Here we go. Let me play it now. I found her. Oh, she used to be that one girl. Now she got spiky hair and she looks like a feminist now.
Yeah, it's crazy how much they changed.
That her? No, that's not her. What the heck? Oh, that was her. That's what she used to look like. They had a before and after. That's the one chick that played the one chick with the short hair, right there. But that's apparently what she looked like before that.
Beautiful people who are at my center.
Let me look at this. Let me
They've
go.
got
There she
good-
goes, right here. Better.
Sure,
This chick right here. This is what she looks like now. The chick that was in that picture getting pictures taken. This is what she looks like now. Where's the picture at?
Fucking adverts. Jesus
I hate
Christ.
adverts. Adverts are crazy. There she goes. That's what she looks like now.
Yeah.
Wow.
She went from looking like that to that. That wall, man. That wall, dude. That wall. Damn that wall. That's one sexy wall. I'm just kidding. Never underestimate that wall. Let me stop. Never underestimate that wall.
It hit her like a wave.
Oh man, I think that might be
You
the
know,
understatement of the year, there,
wave.
Billy.
More like a fucking mudslide.
Oh yeah, for real. That was like gale force winds up against a brick wall, or
That
what
ate
they
a
call
nuke.
it,
That ate a nuke for breakfast.
right? I like that. Instead of Cheerios this morning, she ate Nucleos.
Nucleos. Fucking hell.
Let me stop. That ain't right.
You know, she reminded me in that old picture, that fucking gremlin thing before they turned gremlins, Gizmo.
Mm-hmm.
She's got that kind of Gizmo look to her.
Yeah, she did. That's because she had plastic surgery. That's why. That's what she had the cat-like Gizmo-like look. Yeah. That's pretty sad when you go from looking one way to another way.
At least the gremlins and the little toys when I was younger wasn't doing fucking twerks.
What do you say she's starring in a dumpster? Wow, Americas. She's starring in a dumpster. That's pretty bad.
Celebrity in the dumpster, get me out of here.
Yeah. Matter of fact, there was a porn star that was in the that was in one of the Vegas tunnels, basically. And they found out she was homeless in a Vegas tunnel. She ended up dying.
Yeah.
Oh.
See, ladies, when y'all think short term, shit like this happens. Got to think long term. Got to be more long term with y'all plans. Mess around, end up homeless in a dumpster, dabbing in dumpsters, or homeless in a Vegas tunnel some damn where.
Was she the one that was trying to the interview? Some guy went down in the tunnels to interview her, and
I think he was interviewing somebody else, and he found her down there by accident, by chance, or something like that. And she basically told everybody who she used to be, and it became a sensational story. Now, mind you, he was interviewing other homeless people. Their story got pushed to the side for this woman that used to be a porn star.
Yeah.
Sadly, there were mostly men that was in that one, but she happened to be down there, and she got cast. Her presence actually casted them all aside, and the whole entire piece was about her.
Yeah, and was she like trying to make it sound like it was a good thing, but you can kind of tell in her tone of voice that she was depressed as hell.
Yeah.
Like hating it.
It's humbling. Okay, right. I'm from a third world country. That's fucked up by third world country standards. That's not humbling. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It depends because a lot of porn stars do get treated like pieces of shit. Some of them do.
Well, yeah, but to live in a sewer tunnel or drainage tunnel that nobody uses under Las Vegas is not really the greatest place to. Like I can see like I don't know going to a dangerous country, like war torn country, and be like humbling. But living homeless in a first world country, not so humbling. What is humbling if you're used to that first world country, you're used to having like apartment, and then you got to live in your car. That's one thing. But like if you're a porn star, and you're making a decent amount of money in your porn gigs. The question is then, what are you doing with your money?
Yeah, but if you're a porn star, you used to having like 100 cocks a night being passed around. So
Well, yeah, but like you have enough money to actually live decently though, or
no,
live well
I
actually.
know. But what I was thinking that in her mind, her humble, is just not being passed around. Men actually talking to her rather than seeing as this object.
Well, and the sad part about that goes back to she kind of sort of chose that lifestyle,
Yeah, of course.
kind of like the Mia Khalifa thing.
That's
She's
another
trying to
thing
erase.
again.
Yeah, she's trying to erase her. She's trying to erase her whole entire porn past, saying
No
she
chance
wasn't
of that,
paid that
man.
much. Now she's doing OnlyFans now.
No chance, man. All you gotta do is go onto a few Russian sites. You got everybody's censored porn star shit anyway.
Yeah. And there's stuff like that people don't really think. Oh, especially that one. Is it Riley Reid? No, Riley Reid's now regretting. No, she's not regretting going into porn. She's just saying she can't find a man.
Yeah. She still
And
does porn.
her boyfriend didn't want to kiss her in the mouth, basically.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, her boyfriend doesn't want to kiss her in her mouth and stuff like that.
No,
Yeah,
I
so
believe that, man, because I had a threesome ages ago with obviously a straight, no homo threesome with two men and women, and after she sucked him off, I didn't kiss him out for like a week as well.
no, I wouldn't do that either. I'm sorry, no, old types of no.
She actually
Then there's the one. Who's the one
brush her
that's trying to
teeth
become a
10
nurse
times.
now? Sorry, go ahead.
And no, she had to brush her teeth. She had to brush her teeth like 10 times, literally.
Yeah.
She couldn't come anywhere near me.
Eesh. Who's the one? Matter of fact, there's a porn star that's having a problem becoming a nurse right now because she was a porn star. Nobody wants to hire her.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't that iDubbbzI dickhead on YouTube going, "Oh, my girlfriend's on OnlyFans now," and people are
Yeah,
saying,
his girlfriend's on OnlyFans. Yeah.
yeah, and it's saying, she's not going to have any bad prospects in the future and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
That guy's such a blue pill dweeb.
Oh, he's
Anyway.
a simp and a half.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you got a lot of blue pill or simps that will actually promote and be in support of their partners.
Not that.
Extracurricular activities.
His entire fan base is ripping into him. It's hilarious.
Good.
But the guy's still got like 30 million subs. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but he'll see it as like an ego boost, like because he's being supportive and in on it kind of thing. So yeah, he'll be like that makes me more man than you kind of thing. It's like fuck off.
Yeah.
No, it just makes you more of a pussy. Yeah.
And even if you look at her and see her, man, she's a piece of shit. She's trash. So I don't even know what she's doing on OnlyFans. So it's sort of like she's trying to earn a bit of money off the back of his fame, basically. And someone found out about it, and now he's going, "Oh, look, it's perfectly fine to have your girlfriend on OnlyFans."
No, it ain't.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, he's trying to normalize it. Like your girlfriend should do it too. It's like fuck off me. No way.
I think even though it shouldn't be accepted, but I think the only tolerable way someone can actually be OnlyFans if they are the actual co-artist on it, like they're doing it as a couple. And sort of like the sort of what.
Matter of fact, there's two porn stars that's having a problem getting into nursing. Brie Olson and
Brie Olsen.
Brie Olsen, and there's another one.
That's the one that chugged down Charlie Sheen's stick, wasn't it?
Apparently, yeah. Who did she play? Nicole Gilliland?
Gilligan or something like that.
Yeah, Gilligan. So there's Brie Olsen that's trying to go to school to be a nurse. So you got Brie Olsen and you got Nicole Gilligan.
No.
That's just that just goes to show you shit.
It's funny how like they always have this expectation that they're going to either become a nurse or a teacher or like have some sort of like reasonable profession. Not to badmouth like other professions, but it just this kind of I don't know that they expect to like I'm going to become a renowned such and such, you know, with their track record. It's just like you never hear them saying like, "Oh, I'll be satisfied working retail," or "I'll be working in an office as just a general clerk." It's like, no, I'm going to be the manager. I'm going to be the boss. I'm going to be the director or something.
Yeah. Apparently, there's a lot of people that were actually nurses. Apparently, the porn star Nina Hartley actually was a nurse educator before she became a porn star. Apparently, or while she was a porn star. Or she's a nurse educator, or she's an educator for some type of schooling or something like that. She basically gave education for something. Now she does pornos where she gives sex education.
Now, what kind of education would that be? Like, how to do porn, or how to
how to do sex properly, basically. The non porn way, basically, the proper way. Apparently she has a thing. She has an actual video, apparently, that I'm reading about now, where she teaches a woman how to suck a dick. Which is reasonable in this day and age. I mean, a lot of women need to learn how to do that anyway. If they can't cook, I'm sorry if you can't cook, you might learn how to do something. Just keep it 100. If you can't clean, you can't cook. What are you good at? Then she also has one where, like, she teaches women. She teaches if you're a lesbian, she teaches women how to eat pussy. She teaches men how to eat pussy also as well too. So she basically has those type of videos where she teaches you that type of stuff. She even teaches you where the G spot, you can find a G spot on a woman is too. Yeah, I'm just reading all these videos now.
There's actually quite a lot of porn stars.
I think that video is called "Cum Dumpsters." This guy, only Americans. Oh my goodness gracious.
Okay.
We're all looking up different things. That's funny. Like everybody click.
Well, I'm actually doing some work.
I know, I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you.
Doing some Photoshop. I'm airbrushing some boobies on my face. I'm sorting out my OnlyFans avatar.
This is your only. What's going on with Shinobi and his chicken's OnlyFans? Did he ever get that off the ground?
How the fuck did I end up on the David Icke site? I was looking at porn stars that wanted to be nurses.
Oh, that's so you're looking up them up too now. Nice. Wasn't the only one. Look at that.
And I ended
There's a
up on the
lot of them.
David Icke site somehow.
There's a lot of them that wanted to be nurses. There's a lot of them actually left nursing to go be a porn star too. Oh, apparently one girl lost financial aid at her college from being a porn star. And this one girl lost financial aid because she was a porn star.
Mm. I mean, it's becoming more the go-to sort of career path as well, I suppose. For
It's easy money.
Yeah, like the easy path, the easy money.
But if you look how money's run, it's like the money's slowly getting ciphered. So like the 1% get all the money and everybody else is poor. So the higher up the pyramid you get, the more those few people money have. So all these OnlyFans, they're hoping they can catch one of those 1%ers with tons of money. They'll just chuck them a couple of grand just to show them the tits.
Yeah.
Or do a blowjob a certain way, or shit an apple at a certain time.
Oh, good lord! Now it's getting a big stream. But I was gonna say, if they really want to do something like that, so they have to worry about like their livelihood, why don't they just go be strippers? That way they can still go to school to be nurses.
Yeah, but
half the strippers I've heard talk, or according to a lot of friends, and all the ones I heard talk, they're doing it to get through school anyway. So,
but imagine them be able to do it without leaving the house. That's
what I say. Like even then, being a stripper is that little bit harder work than just an OnlyFans. They want it as easy as possible.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they didn't have OnlyFans at that time. They just had to be strippers, not be OnlyFans now. But the sad part about that, the difference between being a stripper and the difference between OnlyFans is if you're a stripper, you can't get fired from your other job. If you're an OnlyFans, everybody's seeing you. Now you're fired from your job.
Yeah.
So it's better to be a stripper. I ain't dating you, but it's better to be a stripper.
OnlyFans wasn't this bad a couple of years ago. It was still under the radar slightly. It's the celebrities moving to it. They've put this massive light.
You know what?
It's the celebrities that have ruined it for all the other fucking sluts.
We haven't mentioned TikTok during this.
Oh yeah, TikTok.
Wow.
Kind of.
Oh, did y'all see the new trends where parents are roasting their kids on TikTok?
No, but I bet there's.
Oh my god, it's the funniest shit in the world. Apparently, parents are roasting their own children on TikTok. I gotta see these videos. It's funny as shit. Oh my god, it's so funny, guys. Let me go look it up real quick. Who did it? Was it Kiwi? Kiwi did one? I think it was Kiwi. Kiwi? No.
I saw this one video where like his daughter was rolling around in the sand on the beach taking a selfie, and he was next to her doing the same thing to do for his own audience, and it kicked off on Facebook or something. But I was thinking, why would you be rolling around and posing in the sand in front of your parents, and why did the parents fucking let her do that in the first place? Kids have got the confidence just to be a slut right in front of the parents now. So, unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, it's like sometimes my kid like tries to, because she doesn't understand like boundaries and things like that. Like when she was a bit younger, she would be like, because she saw people kissing on the lips, so she was trying to kiss me on the. I was like, no, stop that right now. I'm not. No, that's for like grown-ups, and even then, like, just no. Or
Y'all gonna love this.
some of her dance moves. I'm like, what the hell? I don't sort of say to her like literally like, what the hell? But I'm just like, cut that out. Give her a boot in the ass.
A boot in the ass.
This guy.
Have you've heard about that shoe on head bint as well? She's left a fella.
Oh
Divorced
wow.
him.
Y'all about to see this one, the TikTok ones I was telling y'all about? Where the parents are roasting their own children. Oh my god, it's funny. I feel bad for these kids. Well, I don't, because it's funny, but you'll see it. You catch that? How does motherfucker gay and colorblind and whatever?
How this motherfucking guy, gay and colorblind.
Like what you are? What your rainbow? What rainbow are you seeing? That Chinese dad is just savage. My son literally thinks he's Harry Potter. That was not that bad. What? This motherfucker forgot the frosted chicken. Just like I forgot to take birth control 18 years ago. Asian moms are savage. Asian parents are savage.
Oh.
Black dad. How my son? What do you say? How my son 6'4", dark skin with waves, athletic, but no hose. Someone collect this motherfucker. He ain't mad. That's great. Yo, you have to wave.
They're like, yeah, man, I'm MIGTOW. Fuck this, man.
Why this motherfucker home from college? I don't pay her sorority fees for her to be home bothering me. That's fucked up. That is a This motherfucker just asked me, was he adopted? Fam, I never picked you. What? No! Whoa! And it was an accident. Fam, you were.
The look of these parents' faces are like they're at their wits' end.
Fam, you were an accident. That's funny. What? No! Who's my favorite? Fam, not you. None of you. Dad is really going in on these kids. What? What do you say? How my son 6'2"? How my son 6'2"? Skinny skater with curly hair still don't get bitches. How did my sperm create such disappointment? Wow.
I'm definitely on this with my sisters.
How did my sperm create such a disappointment? What? Mom is crazy. I kept this motherfucker in my tummy for 8 months and raised him to this shit. She's gotta be a Latina. What? Light skin. Still can't get girls. Someone come adopt this motherfucker. This. My daughter Latina with no ass. She ain't mad. No, she ain't mad.
No way.
That sounds like some shit that the cartel princess would say. She Latina with no ass.
He's got a bit of an ass.
I should have taken Plan B 17 years ago. Wow. All this alcohol. All this alcohol does is. All this alcohol does is sleep with a boy, you're drunk, and take new pictures. All this alcoholic does is. Wow. She's literally taking pictures in the background. Wow! No, he didn't. He's not going to cry. Oh, my daughter, light skin, ugly as fuck. Wow, Asian mom. Asian dad. No, he didn't. Bisexual is so single, you got unlimited options. Hey, loser, where's your girlfriend? Hey, loser, where's your girlfriend? That's funny.
And it's thinking, what are they fucking doing?
This is something I would do. Is it too late to return her? I'd rather wear condoms 16 years ago. Wow.
Annoy the shit out of me, man.
Asian dads are crazy. You have to do the dishes.
This is like damage control.
Yeah.
Literally.
Recoup the losses.
Literally.
Yeah, this is like bad parent central.
That's funny. He said, what did he say? How you bisexual and still single? You have unlimited options. That was some funny shit.
Well, there's the hope for the future.
Literally. That's bad when you know it's bad when the Asian parents are well, they always roast their children. But when you got the black parents and white parents roasting their children, it's really bad. That lets you know there's no hope for this world.
No, that's just group collectivism and parents just get in on the shaming bandwagon.
Well, some of them children actually do deserve it, though. Apparently, according to some of them.
Yeah, well, they're raised by fucking someone, aren't they?
Yeah, true. Very true. Yeah, I do have to give you that. Apparently, you didn't do your best job on that one.
Yep. You raised the cunt.
True story.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose you could go through that and do a bit of a psychological breakdown on it. And sort of, that Latina girl with the flat ass. It's kind of like, well, it's not her fault. Yeah.
You might want to pick a better man. That's all I got. Like it might have been the husband or the boyfriend that you picked, or her dad, maybe. You know, I don't know. Because I know I say that about one of my children a lot. I know that for sure. But it's the boy. Like, how you Latino? Your dad got an ass, your mom got an ass, you got zero ass. Like, how's that work? Like, we all got asses. What happened to your ass? How you look like a frog with no pants on? With pants on, I mean. Like, legit.
You gotta look down your family tree. Maybe it jumped a generation.
No, everybody in the family tree got asses. We all had booties. Like both sides, everybody had a booty, but apparently this child has none.
You got any frogs in there?
Apparently, you must have a frog in the family somewhere. Maybe some frog DNA in there somewhere. I don't remember eating frogs at the time when he was conceived.
You're not safe if you kiss a frog, don't you?
Yeah,
Turns
true.
into a prince.
To a prince, yeah. That's funny.
Princess programming, fucking motherfucker.
Prince. That's too funny. Oh my god. Oh man. Y'all want to call it or y'all want to keep going?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I'm happy to call it if you want.
Amanely, your vote?
Yeah, I'm happy to call it.
Okay, let's do our outros then.
Yeah, I was told when I joined the stream, so.
I was tired when I joined it. You should have seen something in the beginning. We'd have moved to the next weekend.
No, I haven't been sleeping properly, bro, so.
All right.
I soldiered it.
True, you did. I'll give you that. Definitely did. Anybody want to do their outro?
I wrote this in the chat room on Hammerhand's live stream last. You know the expression, there is no way to happiness. Happiness is the way. Mm-hmm. Well, a little twist on that. There is no way to MIGTOW. MIGTOW is the way.
Facts.
And with that, I'll bid you all a good evening, and I'll see you again next time. Thank you.
Definitely. Amanely? Amanely?
Amanda. Yeah. Just be true to yourself, trying to be honest at all steps of your life to yourself and other people. And only lie to the people that don't deserve it. Just be honest and be humble. And thanks, Tico. Thanks for everyone in the chat. And thanks, Goat and Hammerhand and MIGTOW in the Wind and whoever come on the stream.
Armchair Revolution, even though it's for a short period of time. Thanks for coming, definitely.
Yeah. So, thanks everybody coming on the stream. It was a pleasure. And I'll probably be listening to Hammerhand going to sleep.
Yeah, I'll probably be listening. Yeah, apparently he got to go. He's doing a stream now, so that should be fun. I'm definitely going to check that out.
Yeah, for sure, man. Thanks, Tico. Thanks, everyone. And stay true and humble.
You're welcome anytime. Always a pleasure.
Thank you, my man.
This is your boy Tico Tren. And y'all be blessed. Stay good to yourselves. Always treat yourselves like milk, do nothing but spoil yourselves. And always be willing to, improve upon yourself to make yourself the better version of yourself. And I guess I got a new outro, so I'm going to just say it like this. When it comes to women, give her nothing. Nada. Not the dollar, not the dime. Y'all be blessed and have a good night. Mr. Former shows up at the end. This guy. He goes at the end. We're doing all outros.
Oh, you doing your outros? Oh. Well, this is Mr. Former. And thanks for having me on the show. And as always, support the channel and peace out.
Good night. Y'all be blessed. Have a good night.